They go together like peanut butter and bananas.
Oh, banana.
Legs and feet. A debilitating existential crisis.
Diminished sense of reality, huh?
And reruns of The Office at 3 a.m.
Depression? Isn't that just a fancy word for feeling bummed out?
It's the Bit Harmony Boys, bringing you even more video game music than you can shake a Deku stick at. Right now.
You're listening once again to Bit Harmony, a video game music podcast, and I am Matt.
And I am Seth.
Today, it's a very Seth-oriented episode. Have we? I feel like every episode so far has been either like a both of us episode or like maybe a little bit skewed towards me. I don't know if we've had like a skewed towards Seth episode yet.
That's interesting. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I mean, like, even the ones that I thought, I will say, and I'll be curious how this works out for you, because, for example, when we did, like, Castlevania, I thought I would have less to say about it than I did. And then I wound up having actually quite a lot to say. So I wonder if that's going to be your experience today. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to less of the gameplay stuff and more of the outside of games stuff that the
social commentary.
Yeah, something like that. Anyway, did I say we're talking about World of Warcraft today? That's kind of purposely timed around the 20th anniversary. There was literally just like 2 nights ago. There was a 20th anniversary event. I'm sure we'll talk about that at least a little bit. But that said, your intro this episode is Elwynn Forest from Vanilla WoW. That's how I know I've researched a lot of WoW, that I'm using phrases like Vanilla WoW.
Vanilla, yeah.
A nice thing about this being a Western game from like a pretty well-known studio is that it is very clear who composed like each and every individual song across the entire WoW catalog. So I can tell you with confidence, this was composed by Jason Hayes, and I guess we'll be right back then. And that was Elwynn Forest from Vanilla World of Warcraft. If you don't understand what that means, we will talk about it at some point in a little bit, I guess. So again, I've never played World of Warcraft, to make that clear. Seth has been my guide through I was about to say series, but really just through this game, even though it might as well be a series unto itself because it's lasted for 20 years. So when we talked about doing this episode, I was like, I would love to do a World of Warcraft episode, but yeah, you're going to have to handle the songs. I don't think I have it in me to listen to like 300 songs across all these expansions and everything. When you sent me your list of songs, I don't think this is listed at the top, but for whatever reason, this is just the first one I listened to. It was a pretty good first one for me to listen to. I quite like this song a lot.
Yeah, this is a good, it was hard for me to, I agonized over the list of songs for this episode, by the way. I probably spent a good like 5-6 hours just like listening to music, trying to put together a list, because I wanted to make sure that the songs we're covering this episode are going to be as indicative of like what this game's soundtrack does well, and also like the era of the game that we're going to be talking about. Because to be clear, I have a lot of love and fondness and nostalgia for World of Warcraft, and we're going to get into all of that. But like specifically, we're really focusing on World of Warcraft kind of through Cataclysm, which is like a very particular era of World of Warcraft, and the music, from that particular era. The game has gone on. I mean, Cataclysm came out in like 2010 or something like that. So even that is like nearly 15 years old at this point. So like there was a very particular like vibe and like time period of WoW that I was trying to capture. So yeah, this is not going to cover the totality of World of Warcraft, I guess.
Right. Which I wonder if there is anyone out there who could cover the totality of World of Warcraft in a video game music podcast setting like we're doing. I wonder if there is someone out there who could have done that, because, well, I'll save it. We'll talk about it in a little bit, but like, I feel like the overall soundtrack of this game is very underserved. It's very like people don't talk about it. And yeah, we got multiple comments in regards to that. We'll get to in a little bit. But when it comes to Elwynn Forest, I really do like this song, but it also wasn't exactly what I was expecting as someone who had never really listened to World of Warcraft music. It was more like film score-ish, which I guess describes a lot of the soundtrack, because 2004 when Vanilla came out, I was knee deep in video games at that point, but I wasn't playing games that, or at least mini games that had more film score soundtracks. It's all, even in nowadays for me, I generally play things that have soundtracks with more melody focus and whatever. A lot of classic Nintendo games are much more melody focused and whatever, but like so I just wasn't playing that many things with film score-esque soundtracks, which is also funny because I quite like film scores. Boogs, the voice of Bit Harmony, I guess, we used to play a game in his car where he'd start playing a film score on his iPod, and we'd see who could guess the fastest what film it was from, right? So like,
that's fun.
I like stuff like this. Yeah. I just don't hear it much in the realm of video games, I guess.
Right, because video game music typically has to be like a looping thing that can be repetitive and played over and over a level or a stage or whatever. Like in World of Warcraft, like the game knows that you're going to be spending a lot of time in it, so it's not uncommon for some of these songs to be 5, 6, 7 minutes, and to be like these big sweeping, like cinematic film score style songs. And yeah, this one's definitely a good example of it. And another thing that this is going to come up, I think, a lot as we talk about this soundtrack. Something that this game's soundtrack is really good at is like conveying the tonality of the zone and even like the lore around that zone. Like Elwynn Forest is like the Night Elf area. And it is like this kind of, it has this mix of like ethereal and epic. It's got twinkly little things in there. It also has like horn swells in there. At the same time, it's got this like mournful quality to it because, and this is where we're gonna get some like nerdy WoW lore stuff in there. The Night Elves are kind of like a mournful race in the game, especially in vanilla context, because like they had to fight against the Burning Legion who were invading their home, and they had to sacrifice their immortality in the fight. And like, so the Elwynn forest is kind of like nestled, it's surrounded by these like fell demon plague lands, and it's kind of like the last bastion of hope for the Night Elves, and they're kind of surviving against all odds. And like that, the song kind of, when you know that, you can kind of pick all of that out of this zone music, which is cool.
Yeah, it is cool. It really captures like a mystical forest vibe like perfectly, but yeah, there is like a little bit like under the surface that's almost like sinister, kind of. Maybe sinister is too strong of a word, but like something ominous in the distance kind of thing. I really liked it. A thing I also want to note, like to prep for this episode, I watched a lot of like things adjacent to World of Warcraft and Machinima, and I watched Seth stream a couple hours of Vanilla WoW in World of Warcraft Classic, and
that was fun.
It was fun. It's also very funny to hear this high quality music coming out of a game that looks like a PS2 game, you know, like it, you know, again, this was happening back in 2004, but it's very funny that like this is still a game that is ongoing. People are still subscribing to and paying for, and it looks the way it does because it has to, because it's still running off the same engine or whatever. But like the music is so high quality. It's very, I don't know. It messed with my mind a little bit because it's just not what I think of when I think of games that look like this, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and like the thing that has always been true about Blizzard, even today, and Blizzard today is a very different company than it used to be, of course. Jason Schreier just put out a book about Blizzard. I really want to read it. It sounds really interesting. But it's a very different company today than it used to be. But one thing that's always been true about Blizzard is like their quality standards when it comes to things like art and music and stuff, like all of that, even something like Diablo 4, like their most like recent game, like the art in that game's incredible.
Yeah.
You know?
Dude, the trailer for the Diablo 4 expansion that they had at like Summer Game Fest or whatever was like some of the most high quality CG I've ever seen, period, which again, that has been true of Blizzard for decades, but also
always.
like,
yeah,
it that specific trailer was so gruesome in terms of like what was happening in it to like the character, and like having her flesh like chained up in hell and all this stuff going on. I was like, I can appreciate the quality of this, but I never want to watch this again because like this is worse than most horror movies to me.
Yeah, but it's funny when you watch like some of those high quality like CG cutscenes or listen to the music of World of Warcraft. It's like, it's epic and it's cinematic, and you're like, oh my god, like I can't believe what I'm watching right now. And then you get into the game and yeah, it looks the way it does.
And then you're just like this little half skeleton rotten corpse just sitting there throwing shadow balls at rats for a couple hours. And yeah, it's pretty good. Did you have anything else you wanted to add to Elwynn Forest?
No, it's good. I'm glad that you chose to intro with this. This is a good like first like opening salvo of like classic WoW music. It's another thing too, and we'll get into this. This is going to be, I think, a huge crux of the conversation. Like going through and putting this list together, like I was getting emotional. Like I'm not even like nostalgic for playing as a night elf particularly. I have had night elf characters or whatever, but instantly listening to this, I was like, oh man, like this hits right now.
There are, again, I've not played this at all. There are some songs that made me emotional. There's like at least two that I actually was getting kind of goofed up at, and I was not expecting that. So yeah, I guess we will go off into our famous general housekeeping section. We have no new reviews to spotlight, correct?
Yeah, I just checked. No new reviews, which is shameful. If y'all, welcome to the recurring segment where we just shame our listeners into reviewing the show.
I know not all of you have reviewed the show. We know
it's impossible. I can see the numbers. If you listen to the show and you enjoy it, it's very quick and easy to review it. iTunes,
What's wrong
Spotify.
With you?
Yeah. What's the name we're going to go with on this episode? Who are we going to... What was it, Kevin, last time that we were shaming?
I think so.
Yeah, we need to come up with a new, like, all right, Brian, like, if you're going to listen to the show, you need to review
pay
it
your
on
dues.
iTunes.
Yeah.
It's quick, free, easy, and it really helps the show out. So we appreciate y'all for doing that. And yeah, if you leave a written portion to the review, like on iTunes, you can leave a little written review. We'll read that out on the show too. So please do that. You can also leave Spotify comments, which we also welcome and encourage on episodes. You can leave a little comment on the episode, and we always love those. And Jim came through with a comment on the last episode. Jim's pretty good about leaving comments on the episodes. So we do have a comment from Jim here who says, "Secret Shanty Seth. Glad I listened till the end of the, I think, sewed is what he means to say here. Was going to ask for a shanty sample next episode if not. WoW episode, damn, played a lot off and on 2004 through 2010-ish. Except for vanilla login and Ironforge theme, I couldn't think of any music. Always played with the music off. Interested to hear some hits from the series. When did Seth and Tosh play WoW?"
So yeah, real quick, at the end of the last episode I mentioned we were going to try and get my wife on for this episode because she was a big WoW head. Schedules just didn't work out. It wasn't going to happen. I did ask her, and she said, 2004 to around Cataclysm. She can't remember if she actually played Cataclysm or if she just stopped after Lich King, but she definitely played Lich King. She remembers like all the things that everyone else remembers about that story and blah, blah, blah. When we get to it later, I have a couple stories to convey about her experiences with WoW that I think are very funny. But yeah, that's all the Tosh content you're going to get this episode, I guess.
That's fine. Yeah. For me, it was, around that era as well. But for me, it wasn't like off and on during that era. It was like one of my main games during that kind of era of my life. It was like by far the game I was spending the most time in between that time. I started playing WoW like really in its beta. Like I literally played the beta version of WoW. My friend Ira's dad, Mr. George, got into the beta for WoW, and I remember they sent him a physical like CD in the mail to install the game. Cool.
Yeah, because you have to remember, 2003, 2004, like that. It wasn't there was no Steam. Obviously, WoW was still not on Steam anyway, but just there weren't like digital storefronts back then. So yeah, that's really cool.
So they had a setup where he got a physical CD in the mail, and I remember it was in a little sleeve, and on the sleeve there was like, I don't know, 7 or 8 like stickers on the front of the sleeve, and each one had an activation key. So it was literally, he installed it, used an activation key, passed it to Ira, his son, who installed it on his computer, and then I installed it on mine, and blah, blah, blah. And you made your accounts and used your activation keys, and you could play WoW in the beta. And it transferred into the full game when the full game came out. So that was all cool. That setup all kind of worked. But so from then on, though, like it was, I was like hooked on it. Like that was all I played for all that time. After Cataclysm, and we'll get into this, I really kind of fell off in a big way. And at one point had a huge emotional moment where I uninstalled the game. And it was like a big deal. I remember taking like a screenshot of my desktop and putting it like in like our group chat for like our guild members and whatever. And I was like, this is it. I'm out, you know? And it was like a big thing, and people acted like I was going to kill myself or something. People were like, dude, are you okay?
Like, but I've heard that story out of multiple people. Like when people know, they remember when they decided to like uninstall WoW, at least temporarily or permanently. But that's a thing. I've heard that out of multiple people in my life.
Yeah, there might have. I don't have a Facebook anymore, but I think on my old Facebook I might have actually uploaded that. I remember the screenshot well because I had like a Doctor Who wallpaper on my background, and it was like a jaunty image of like David Tennant's Doctor Who like running with 3D glasses on, and then it just says, "Are you sure you want to uninstall World of Warcraft?" And I just had my mouse cursor over yes, and I was like, "Look, I'm doing it, y'all."
What a statement! Like you you were making such a political statement back then.
I was like, "I'm serious, I'm out." And then like when Mists of Pandaria came out, I just like got back in for a little bit.
Oh, okay. That was literally that was the next expansion, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what would happen is like a new expansion would come out and my cousin would hit me up and he's like the main person I used to play games with, and he'd be like, "So you're going to get the new expansion?" I was like, "Hell no." And he's like, "Well, I am." And I'm like, "Oh, well,
okay.
Maybe."
You can't just wean yourself off of WoW raw dog. Like that's what I've learned.
Yeah, you can't just quit cold turkey. Yeah. Well, I felt okay about it like when it first happened, but then like once he, it didn't take very much convincing for him to get me back in. And then like he and I would play for whatever, a month and do like the new story content, and then I would dip out again. And I did that for Mists of Pandaria, and then I think the next one after that was maybe Legion.
Hey, in the notes, I have a whole list down here. Warlords of Draenor was after Mists of Pandaria.
Okay. And then it was Legion. So Legion is the last one that I ever like dipped my toe back in.
Okay.
Like
that was
these other ones
8 years ago now. That's insane.
Yeah. All these other ones I haven't even touched for a second. I know nothing about them. So yeah. Anyway, that's my brief history, I guess.
I want to ask, because we talked about this a little bit off the podcast, and like you and Tosh both said the same thing also of like, yeah, like we were at some point muting the music and just playing like our own like trance music or whatever. Like,
yeah.
Are there any other games that you have done that for? Because I just want to say, for me, if I dislike a game's music, or I shouldn't say dislike, but like hearing the same soundtrack over and over doesn't like bother me as long as it's good. Right. So, but I mean, again, I get it with WoW. I think it makes perfect sense that at some point you would mute the music and play your own stuff. That makes perfect sense to me. I'm not casting any judgment on anyone, but I'm just wondering if you have any other games where you do that for, be it they other MMOs or any single player things or anything. Because I don't know if I can think of like basically anything.
Yeah, it's weird because for me, it actually wasn't like I'm annoyed by this repetitive soundtrack thing. It was more of like a communication thing. Like when I was playing the game alone, it was like I was listening to the soundtrack of the game. But if it was like my friend Justin, who I've talked about on this podcast before, he lived with us for many years. And so if he and I were like, raiding together or doing dungeons together or questing together or whatever, then yeah, like I wouldn't be blaring the Elwynn Forest theme.
Sure.
I would have the game volume muted and there would be like Dota by Bass Hunter coming over the speakers or something.
Okay, I can't abide by that one. That's a stretch too far. I will say, yeah, Tosh said the same thing, that she couldn't think of like a single song off of WoW. Which again to me is interesting because I quite like what I heard of stuff. I mean, granted, some of this is from Cataclysm. I think my favorite song that you sent is from Cataclysm, and I don't think Tosh played that, so I guess that makes sense. I will also just quickly note that I used to go over to gyms and we'd play Smash Bros, like big groups of us playing Brawl and Melee like 15 years ago. And one time I went over there and they were playing Melee with the music turned off, but still the sound effects on. Like they went into the options and turned the music all the way down. And then our one friend Stu was like, "Yeah, the music's distracting. Like I was mad. Like I thought about leaving. I'm like, this is insane. You all are insane people. Like this is this is too much."
Yeah. I don't think, but yeah, for me, like other games though, no, like especially in a single player context. I'm usually not one to do that. Like I like to listen to the game
I will
games
say
music.
I listen to a lot of podcasts while playing like Elden Ring or even other Souls games because there's not
Sure.
as much music there. A lot of the times it's just atmospheric stuff going on. I watched when Elden Ring was new 2.5 years ago, I watched like 6 seasons of Degrassi, or rewatched six seasons of Degrassi The Next Generation while playing Elden Ring. So now those two things are completely like intermingled in my brain, which is really, that's problematic for a few reasons. But anyway, yeah, thank you for the comment, Jim. I'm surprised we already got that much conversation out of there.
Well, yeah, it's funny you say that because like the associative thing in my head when I first started getting really into podcasts, I was listening to Idle Thumbs, and like the big thing for me is Giant Bombcast. I used to listen to Bombcast a lot while playing WoW. So that's a big, like, I remember with Cataclysm in particular, I have like a lot of memories of like just loading up a bunch of their like Game of the Year, like 7-hour Game of the Year podcasts.
Yeah, I was listening to a lot of Bombcast stuff while working in an office where I didn't need to communicate with anyone ever. I just would come into work and just sit in a dark corner and do my work for 8 hours. And yeah, Game of the Year season, I was like, oh, thank God, I have things to listen to for the next like 2 weeks
nice,
of this job.
Long,
yeah, and like,
yeah, I used to love that.
Bunch of middle-aged dudes yelling at each other about things that don't matter, but in like a fun way. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, but you know what though, and maybe this is better saved for when we get to the Cataclysm portion of the conversation. But I like around the time I was falling off WoW, I was also falling off that podcast a lot because like a big turning point for me in that podcast is when Ryan Davis died.
Sure.
And like after he passed away, like just a lot of the energy of that show like was gone for me.
Right.
And I was so sad, dude. Like I felt like one of my own friends had passed away.
Yeah, not to go off on like a whole huge tangent, but that was like the first time I ever remember experiencing like someone that I didn't know personally passing away, but it felt like it was someone I knew because, I just heard them so much that it really, that was like the first, I guess celebrity death isn't the exact right term, but first non-directly related to me passing I've ever experienced. Like it really did hurt. Like that one really, really hurt a lot.
Yeah, that dude was super influential on like me as a person and also like my podcasting style, the way I present myself. He was really influential to me, and like I didn't even realize it. I'm still kind of like learning little things like whenever in Carpool Gaming's Discord, whenever I put out the call for questions for the Nintendo Drive, I always start it with like, "Hey everybody, it's Thursday," and I always say that. And somebody at one point asked me like where's that come from? And I'm like, oh, it's totally a Ryan Davis-ism, because he used to be like, hey everybody, it's Tuesday, and little stuff like that. You don't even realize how much of an impact somebody makes on you. And anyway, so I was TLDR. I was realizing like that I was kind of detaching from Giant Bomb around the same time I was detaching from World of Warcraft, weirdly. But, yeah,
that's interesting. Also, like that can just like when you're detaching from two of these huge things in your life, that can also just cause like, or it be being caused by like big changes in your self as a person, I guess. Like that's that's interesting. It's very, very interesting to think about. When it comes to postmortem talk, we have some like big doozies.
Yeah, that's a big one.
The first thing you have noted is that Little Big Adventure is now out on Switch out of nowhere.
This is crazy, dude. I freaked. So I was looking at, so when you are like a content creator or whatever, there's a bunch of like, key websites that you can like talk to publishers and request codes for games you want to cover on your channels. And I'm kind of, I do my rounds every day and see if there's like new things listed on there. And on one of them, I see Little Big Adventure Twin Sends Quest. And I'm like, what? Like I had no, and yeah, like it came out like today at the time we're recording this. And yeah, they did like a remaster of the first Little Big Adventure, which I called in about on the episode about Yokai Watch when I wasn't there. I called in and asked y'all about Little Big Adventure. I had no idea they were doing this. And this is like the most out of left field game, I feel like, to remaster. And like now there just is a remaster and it's like out now on Switch.
When I was like briefly looking stuff up, like when you'd sent that voicemail in, I saw that they were doing something like this, but I thought it was like years out and like it wasn't any time soon or anything. So I knew it existed kind of, but not that it was about to come out a couple weeks after that episode.
It's crazy. I had no clue they were doing it, so it was a very weird experience seeing it. And like we joke in the Discord all the time about how like serendipitously things kind of come up after we talk about them in Bit Harmony. Like the Bit Harmony effect is a thing, and this was like the most clear example of it I think I've ever seen. Of like, oh my god, I can't believe I just brought this up. Nobody's talking about this game in 2024. You know.
Yeah, it's also interesting because, when I was looking stuff up, that game was like a pretty big deal. Like it was winning awards and being listed as like top 100 PC games of all time list like 20, 30 years ago. So like it's interesting that like it has this notoriety, but no one's talking about it. Like I don't know that I've ever seen anyone talk about this. And like I'm pretty plugged into the gaming space at large. Very, very funny that is a thing. Also, I think maybe the day after, maybe 2 days after we recorded the Donkey Kong Country 2 episode, Nintendo just out of nowhere dropped Nintendo Music, which is also insane.
Yeah, that seems pretty pertinent to our interests as video game music fans. It's kind of crazy. Like I don't know, man. Like this is something that I've wanted Nintendo to do for years, like to just make their own app and release like their own music and make it like widely available. And while it's not perfect and like there are some issues with it, it's largely really cool. And I use it every day.
It is, despite the issues, we can talk about it a little bit, but despite the issues I have with it, it is way cooler than I would have thought. Definitely. This would be. Like, it literally is like a Nintendo Spotify. Like, the way they have the playlist. Like, I use the running playlist a lot. I don't know. I like that energy they've got in there. Also, even though it's a recent game, rediscovering just how damn good the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet soundtrack has been very fun. You know, this, I feel like, I think it was Fulia in the Discord asking like if we do a Nintendo Music episode. I think that would actually be really fun. I just want to wait till like there's more stuff on there, right? And maybe less of like the obvious hits are on there. But that said, they do have a good selection of like not all the obvious hits like already. Specifically the Wii channels stuff. The fact that was on their day one was, I'm like, oh, they know what they're doing. Like they know who their audience is and what they're doing. Also, totally forgot just how good the the Wii Sports soundtrack is. I've been listening to that one a lot lately.
That game's a masterpiece. Like that, people look at me sideways when I say that. That game is a genuine masterpiece, and like the soundtrack is also a masterpiece. Like it's excellent. And people like don't even. I've seen that come up a lot. Is like, oh my god, like Wii Sports is kind of like, it's got some bangers. I'm like, yeah, no kidding. Like that game came from like outer space, dude. Like it's wild that game existed. That, you know, how many of your favorite games of all time or whatever? Like I'm not saying that Wii Sports is one of my favorite games of all time, but like I can't point to any other game that my grandma can play. Right. That my nephew can play, that also has an incredible soundtrack that is still like, Wii Bowling is still some of the most like pure fun you can have with video games.
Dude, like we brought my wife's Wii over to the in-laws' house specifically so they could have Wii Bowling set up again. And like for a little while there. And I'm saying this would happen like a couple of years ago. This isn't like 10 years ago. And then when they released Switch Sports, we got that for them. They already have a Switch. Her dad has a Switch. Got that for them just for the Switch Bowling. And like basically every time we're over there, especially at Christmas, we are still playing basically Wii Bowling. Even if it's on Switch, it's still Wii Sports Bowling 20 years or nearly 20 years later. Like I understand that, like, from a capital G gamer perspective, like, who cares about Wii Sports? But, like, yeah, this is, like, one of the biggest games of all time. It doesn't matter if you don't, like, personally care, but it is a huge deal. And there's so much nostalgia, especially for people younger than us. There's kids that grew up on Wii Sports the way we grew up on, like, Super Mario Bros. You know? Like, there's so much nostalgia with that Wii era that, I don't know, these gamers just don't want to admit or whatever, or they just are incapable of understanding. But yeah, it's cool that they're uploading all this Wii stuff specifically.
I love it. It makes me really, as somebody who that's probably still my favorite era of Nintendo is like Wii and DS. Like, it makes me really happy. And then yeah, I mean, like, we did a Donkey Kong Country 2 episode, and then, like, one of the first post-launch updates for Nintendo Music was Donkey Kong Country 2's soundtrack.
Right.
So,
like, the whole soundtrack is officially available for you to listen to on the Nintendo Music app if you subscribe to Nintendo Switch Online. I do want to quickly address, like, the no credits thing on the app, like, because it sucks. Right. You know, everything is just, like, credited to, like, the game it's from or whatever. And, like, there is no individual composers listed anywhere on that thing. And, you know, I've seen a lot of people try and, like, hand wave it. Even, like, apparently Japanese, like, people that work in the game industry are like, well, yeah, this is how things are done over here. It's like, is it though? Because, like, y'all are credited in the actual games themselves. So why shouldn't you be credited here? Like, it's fine if it doesn't bother you. It should bother you. But, like, if it doesn't bother you, that's fine, but we don't need to, like, hand wave it away. Like, it is a problem.
Yeah, well, and it was one of the things I was most excited about when the app started. Like, it was like a foregone conclusion to me. I'm like, oh, cool, like, because you know, we put full credits in the show notes for everything, and like, Matt goes through and makes sure that he does his best to, like, yeah, properly credit the composers and the people who worked on this stuff. And you can attest to this. It's sometimes a massive pain to, like, figure out, especially because of what you're talking about. It can be a massive pain to figure out, like, who composed some of these songs because people aren't properly credited. And one of my first thoughts was like, oh, thank God, an official resource to, like, go in and look at proper credits. And so, first of all, you have to dig to even find this, but there is, like, a track information panel. But then all it does is it just tells you, like, the song title and the game it's from. It's like, there's even the perfect spot to have it, and it's still not in there. And yeah, you can wave it away and say, oh, Japanese culture, this and that. It's like, no, it doesn't really make sense. Like, that argument doesn't really hold water. Like, you know, like, it's still proper to credit people for their work, and it's a huge oversight. And I hope that I hope that they address that.
It also, regardless of, like, it being Japanese culture, again, I'm not swallowing that pill fully. Right. Like, I understand it to a certain degree, but it doesn't really hold water for me, especially in 2024. But also, the app to me reeks of, like, this was developed by NOA or maybe even Nintendo of Europe or something. It doesn't strike me as something developed internally at NCL or whatever. Right. And I could be wrong about that, but, like, it looks so much like Spotify. And I know Spotify exists in Japan, blah, blah, blah. But, like, it just strikes me as a Western-made app. Again, maybe that's my own weird biases, but, like, and even if it's not, like, NOA and NOE still exist, and they still could have been like, hey, yeah, we properly credit things. But what you also have to remember, because when this whole thing was going down, and when people started, like, hand waving the credits thing away, I also think about the Mario movie and how Koji Kondo is credited in the movie for, like, the original Mario arrangements and stuff, but then they used the DK rap, and they did not credit, was that Kirkhope? I think it was Grant Kirkhope that made that. Like, I remember him being on Twitter. He's a pretty vocal Twitter user. He's on the internet. He was expressing how sad he was that, like, the idea, like, oh, music I made is actually being featured in a Hollywood production film, but then he doesn't get credited for it. And that the movie was made, Illumination is a Western animation studio. Grant Kirkhope is British. There is no excuse. Like, all that does is hurt people. And all that does is just try and like obfuscate things that don't need obfuscated. Like there's no reason for it nowadays.
Yeah, well, and not to get on a whole tangent about this, but Nintendo also has been doing this more and more lately. When when Charles Martinet was retired as the voice of Mario and Kevin Afghani took over, they were super weird about that, and they were like, you'll have to wait until you see the credits of Super Mario Brothers Wonder to learn who the new voice actor is. And like even like developers of the people making the games, people ask like, who's making this? And they're like, wait until you see the credits of the game.
Right.
Like why? Like why are you so it serves nobody. And I mean, for me, and this is real like tinfoil hat stuff, but I think it's because they don't want people to think about that. I think they want people. I think they want people to think like, well, who made this game? Well, Nintendo made this game. You know. And
I'm not even like opposed to that to a certain degree, because like you don't need to do what you're doing to have children think that already. Like your main audience from Nintendo's perspective is children, and they're right about that. But like children aren't hunting down, 10-year-olds aren't hunting down on the internet who the voice of Mario is.
Only
so, like,
the most engaged people are doing that, right?
And most of them are like sweaty men in their 30s and 40s, right? Like it's not like, who cares if they know? At least with the Kevin Afghani thing, you know, the whole Charles Martinet situation like felt bad and weird at the time. I at least am like willing to give them the benefit of the doubt on that, or at least I was until more recent stuff happening. Because hiding the developers of like Mario and Luigi was, to me, that was like straight up scummy. I just don't like it. It also makes me think of, you know, when Echoes of Wisdom came out, Zelda Echoes of Wisdom came out earlier this year, and people are like, oh, this is the first Zelda game that Miyamoto isn't credited on. It's like, yeah, okay, that is interesting, but also y'all realize Miyamoto hasn't been like directly super heavily involved in any Zelda or Mario game in quite a while, right? Like he might have had like a supervisor role somewhere along the way, but like it's interesting that like the people who are like, well, who cares if they're not crediting people, are also the people that are like, Miyamoto is God and he created everything. Like even from a Mario perspective, it sounds like Tezuka was more heavily like the gameplay oriented person
and
than
the
Miyamoto.
design.
Right.
Yeah.
But like we don't want to talk about that. Like it's weird. It's weird to like, you know, and this is also, you can get into like the whole Tommy Tallarico thing, and like history is written by the people with like with the money and like the gumption to just like take credit. And again, I'm not accusing Miyamoto of that specifically. But I do think that fans have applied that to Miyamoto. And then they also started applying that to Miyamoto in bad ways also, like with decisions made with regards to Paper Mario. Anyway, it's all a huge mess. The whole point is that like just list who made the damn songs, Nintendo. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, and the last thing I'll say about credits is that like I remember, like, you know, as somebody who's been a Nintendo fan my whole life, the ending of Super Mario Odyssey is pretty emotional for me, because I remember very vividly when the credits of that game start rolling, I thought it was really powerful that they're just alphabetical. Like it's not, you know, executive producer, creative director, blah, blah, blah. It's everybody who worked on the game just listed alphabetically. That's how the credits of Mario Odyssey are. And I remember thinking that was such a statement of just like, you know, almost like a passing of the torch moment, because Mario Odyssey was made by like a bunch of new people at Nintendo, and like it had all these new like creative ideas, and it really felt like a wow, like we're entering into like this new era of Nintendo, and Miyamoto is just there with the other M names, you know? And I thought that was like kind of beautiful, and like looking, you know, like looking at this stuff now, like looking at that and what I felt like was a huge statement compared to what there is now. We can't even credit composers in Nintendo music. It's like a completely different vibe, and I don't know where that comes from. I don't know if it's just because Nintendo in the Switch era has so much more to lose now, you know, like when Mario Odyssey was in development, Nintendo was at like one of their lowest points in terms of like public perception coming out of the Wii U and everything. And so they probably had to be coming at it from that place. But now they're on top of the world, and the Switch is like the third best selling hardware of all time. And they have movies and theme parks and stuff. And so maybe they feel like they need to be a little bit more protective of whatever image they feel like they have now. So I don't know. It's weird, man. I didn't expect this to get on a big, but it's a weird thing, and yeah, just credit the composers.
Yeah,
you silly fools.
It's a bit ridiculous. Speaking of crediting the composers, I mentioned on the DKC2 Diddy's Conquest episode that Jason got to interview David Weiss. He ended up uploading that interview as a text interview just because the audio quality he deemed it too poor. He did send me over the audio, and we are going to play the questions that I asked David Weiss via Jason. And yeah, the audio quality isn't the best, but hey, we're a podcast where we play voicemails every week, and I thought this quality was like on that same level as the voicemails. So yeah, you'll be able to hear it.
It's not. It really isn't that bad. So yeah, let's listen to Jason interviewing David Weiss.
One of my game writers, he wanted to ask a question for you, and that was. A recurring theme that he hears a lot of in video game music composers of the 8 and 16-bit era was that they didn't realise the impact they were having on their audience until years and years later. What was it like to discover a website like ocremix.org and realise just how big of an impact you've had on the entire generation of people?
Yeah, I think that's quite overwhelming at the time. It took a few weeks to kind of realise, because it was about 5 or 6 years after we did it. And I can remember I'd been invited to an orchestral concert just after we'd finished Donkey Kong, but somebody played it down and said it wasn't going to be very big anyway. I think it was at the International Forum, and I'd been invited because I've got a big orchestra playing some of the themes from Donkey Kong. But I didn't realise for 6 years, so when I did realise, it was, oh wow, that's cool.
Yeah, definitely. And he does have one last question.
Sure.
Actually, an extra one, because he's a massive fan of Gimmick 2.
Let's go.
Brilliant.
It's like one of his favourite platform games of the year, and he wanted to know how you got involved in working on the game.
So it was Nick at Bitwave. He got in touch because he was a fan of my music as well, and he was a big fan of Gimmick. And he had the opportunity with Embracer to bring back Gimmick and do something different with it. So it was really exciting to do something. And also, I can remember just before I started working on the Donkey Kong series, Chris Stampe had been playing me Gimmick, the original one, and all the extra waveforms, and I was really jealous. Obviously, he could do so much more as a composer than I could. And then Chris said, "Oh, don't worry about it. We're going on to the Super NES." So it was almost full circle back to being on Gimmick 2 and being able to do something myself with the Gimmick franchise. So it was really cool.
I wanted to note these were just my two questions. Jason got to ask him a whole bunch of questions,
Right.
But these were like at the very end, and they were like they needed to get out. So if those answers seem like a little stilted, it's because like they literally had to leave to get to their Donkey Kong Country 30th anniversary thing.
Yeah.
When like I cut it out, but yeah, Jason's like, "Oh, thank you so much for your time. I knew you guys gotta get going." They're like, "Yeah, we gotta get going. We gotta get going like right now." So thank you, Jason, for asking those questions.
Thanks,
and thank
Jason.
you to David Weiss for answering them. I mean, yeah, the being overwhelmed and just thinking it was cool that his Donkey Kong Country music had such a big impact on people. They were short on time, so I was hoping to hear like a little bit more than that. But yeah,
Sure.
that makes perfect sense. That Gimmick question that I just kind of threw in there as like a gimme for him as a softball, so he could promote Gimmick 2 or whatever. That was like where the real meat of information came from. I thought that was so cool that he did hear the original Gimmick soundtrack and thought it was like incredible, and that he was like jealous as a composer. I think that's super cool. And then the fact that he got to make the soundtrack for Gimmick 2 30 years later, I think that's really, really neat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was cool to hear. And also like you could tell he kind of like lit up like when he mentioned like Gimmick 2.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "Oh, brilliant." That like cool. Like I'm glad somebody's like talking about Gimmick 2. It's the kind of thing where and I imagine that he's really fired up about Gimmick 2 because it's like one of the more recent things that he's worked on, as opposed to, I'm sure everybody asked him about Donkey Kong Country, you know?
Right.
But then like you hear Gimmick 2 and it's like this recent thing that you're still kind of like entrenched in, and somebody's like appreciating the art you're making now, like you can tell that he resonated with that. So that was cool to hear about.
Yeah. It's funny, like I said, I just wanted to give him a chance to promote Gimmick 2, but yeah, I wasn't expecting the real meat of those questions to come from the Gimmick 2 question. With that said, I think we are through our general housekeeping section. Again, I thought this was going to be a shorter one this time, and nope, it's about the same length as it always is. We're going to go on a break for Stormwind and Lion's Pride. These both were also composed by Jason Hayes. These are both from Vanilla WoW still, right?
Yeah. Yep. Both from Vanilla WoW still. And I like that you paired these together. These are both very Alliance kind of themes. So there you
go. That was actually partially on purpose. It was also just, I wanted to keep the vanilla songs together, the burning songs together and stuff. Like that was kind of my goal with that. So again, this is Stormwind and Lion's Pride from Vanilla World of Warcraft, both composed by Jason Hayes, and we will be back. That was Stormwind and Lion's Pride from Vanilla WoW, both by Jason Hayes. We will get to some non-Jason Hayes thing, I think, on our next break, actually. So for Stormwind, You know, it's funny that you said before the break this is Alliance stuff.
Yeah.
And you can hear that, especially in the second half. But in the first half, it does still give me like a Danny Elfman vibe going on, which you do hear a lot of that in the soundtrack, especially dealing with like the Night Elf stuff and the Horde stuff. Like you do hear that a lot, but I wasn't expecting it here in like the Alliance, like capital city. But then, you know, it does around like 40 seconds in or 48 seconds and it becomes like more marchy and what I would associate more with the idea of an alliance. Again, I'm saying all this, I've never played any Warcraft game, period.
Yeah, sure.
This is all just my conjecture and impressions. So it was cool that it had that vibe going on. I also I don't have that much to say about either of these songs, so I did just want to note that a lot of YouTube comments really glazing the 136 or so with the drop and then the vocals coming in, like, and I get it because I also got chills. I was not expecting it when it happened.
I have 136 timestamped here in my notes for sure. Yeah, that choral, like when that chorus comes in with those, you know, those dudes singing that main kind of melody. That, I mean, yeah, it's probably the most iconic WoW city theme to me. Even as somebody, like, I didn't primarily play Alliance, I primarily played Horde, and I did have some Alliance characters, but like, you know, when I think of World of Warcraft, I don't look at it through that lens. I didn't spend like a ton of time in Stormwind or whatever, but even still, like, this is, I think, the most iconic World of Warcraft, like, capital city area theme or whatever. Yeah, like it just captures like that vibe so well, that triumphant, regal, you know, sort of vibe. It's just, yeah, it does give me goosebumps. Like that kind of stuff. Like that's the kind of stuff that World of Warcraft can do really well, especially like when you walk up to Stormwind and there's this like giant bridge with these like massive statues that kind of like greet you, and the massive like gates into this like capital city, and you just hear that music hit, and it just like, you feel small like walking into it. It reminds me of like walking around in downtown Chicago, and like the buildings are so huge all around you. Like you feel small. Like you really take in the vastness of the space that you're in and like what it all means. And yeah, I don't know, like that Stormwind theme just really captures that, man.
A cool thing I found on YouTube looking up some of these songs was people uploading kind of like tours of the city with like muted game audio and like just the pure song over it, so no sound effects or anything. I thought that was neat. I thought that was like a very good, for me especially, it's like it was made for me, honestly. I just got to go on like this tour of the city while hearing this music that I thought was pretty cool. So about Lion's Pride, again, I don't have much to say about it, but I do want to note, knowing now like the sea shanty side of Seth, this song's inclusion makes so much sense.
Fair. Yeah, it has a little bit of that energy to it. I love a good tavern theme. I love a good like cozy, this is not the point of the show where I'm going to reveal where I got really into tavern music for a few years there, but
dude, I could see you getting into like brawls in the tavern.
No, I'm a lover, not a fighter. I've never been in a bar fight ever in my life, but I don't know. Like this to me is like, there are a few tavern themes in the game. The Alliance has a tavern theme, which is this. The Horde has their own tavern theme, and then like the Undead have their own separate tavern theme. But this one to me is like the most iconic. It's got those little like hand drum sounds. It's got great strings, and like there's like a wind flute passage to it as well, which kind of like the game. And we'll talk about this for several songs, I think, but the game has, I think, an understanding of almost creating something musically that is going to feel nostalgic someday, you know?
Okay.
Like little instrumentation like that, you know, like the wind flute. It's almost as if they know that they're creating like a place that is going to feel like home that someday you'll miss. like in some weird sense. And I don't know if, I'm sure that wasn't intentional, but it feels like it was. Like if you gave somebody like the reverse engineered components and ingredients of, a tavern, someplace you go to, warm up by the fire or hang out with friends, or like someplace to feel like home, those ingredients are present in this song.
And that's important too, because like that's what World of Warcraft is. I guess that's a good enough transition as we could ask for, right? Are we ready to start talking about some actual World of Warcraft?
Yeah, we can get into it. The only other thing that I'll note just really quickly, the Hearthstone soundtrack is also incredible. And it is all like, if you like what you hear with Lion's Pride, you should check out the Hearthstone soundtrack, because it is more stuff like that. Vanilla Hearthstone is composed by Peter McConnell, who's known for his work with Double Fine. So he did like the Psychonauts games and stuff like that, and Brutal Legend and stuff. He's an amazing composer in his own right. But anyway, if you like what you heard with Lion's Pride, check out the Hearthstone soundtrack. It's excellent.
I didn't know that. I didn't even really think to look up the Hearthstone soundtrack, honestly.
It rules. It rules. There's a song, I think it's called Don't Let Your Guard Down or something. That song is it's so good. Anyway, we can talk about WoW.
Let's talk about some World of Warcraft generalities. So World of Warcraft is an MMORPG. That term isn't even really used anymore, so if you're not aware of what that means, it is a massively multiplayer online RPG that was kind of like a big buzzword of like the early 2000s, right? That was kind of like in the way that like open world games are the default video game now, at least from a big budget perspective. I feel like back then a lot of developers were trying to hit this ideal of like, we always want like you in this world with hundreds of other people wandering around. That was like the video game ideal at that point. And it still kind of is, with battle royales and stuff, just taking on a different context now. But anyway, World of Warcraft, an MMO for the PC and Mac that was released in November of 2004. I didn't even think about it, but that release date was to coincide with the 10-year anniversary of the Warcraft series.
That's crazy.
Which is very crazy, because now we're here 20 years later in November 2024, celebrating 20 years of specifically WoW on BitHarmony. Real quick note, it has shockingly never been released on any console. I feel like rumors of it coming to console have been around for the majority of the last 20 years. I seem to recall even as early as like Xbox 360 that there was talk of it, but it's just never ever happened. I still feel like it's going to happen at some point now that Xbox owns Activision Blizzard, but so far there has been nothing. We even just got a 20-year anniversary event where that nothing of the sort was announced. That said, before we get too far into WoW specifically, just talking about MMOs, like, did you play any other MMOs either before or after WoW, or was this like your one?
Well, yeah, like it definitely, like, WoW was so dominant, and it did define this genre. And I can point to stuff like EverQuest and like Ultima Online and stuff that came before it, and things that, like World of Warcraft definitely, like EverQuest, like walked so that WoW could run, sort of thing. But like once WoW came out, like that was it. Like that was, and kind of in some ways still is. Like we learned when looking stuff up that it's still really popular against all odds. It's the king. Like they defined this entire genre, and I've definitely played and got into other MMOs. The biggest one for me was Star Wars Galaxies. I was huge into Star Wars Galaxies and played a lot of that. But like other ones I would kind of dabble in. I had a little stint with Lord of the Rings Online. I had a little stint with like Guild Wars 2 and, even stuff like City of Heroes and City of Villains and DC Universe Online and stuff. And, I would dip my toe into other things. But like WoW was really it. Like in terms of the one that I spent I still have one of my original characters, and I showed y'all a bit of that in the Discord when we were streaming it. I jumped in and have this weird Frankenstein character that's been there since the vanilla days. And like you can do /played on it, which is a command that'll tell you like the amount of time you have just on that one character. And just on that one character, I think I have like, I think it said I had like 120 days of playtime or something. Like just on that character. So yeah, like stuff like that is like just indicative of yeah, like how much of my life I spent playing just this game. And yeah, there are other games I spent time with and spent a lot of time with, and games that I love. I have so much fondness for Star Wars Galaxies. We can talk about that some other time, but yeah, it really like WoW was it. This was like the MMO for me and for everybody else I knew.
Yeah, my wife, I made sure to ask her. I didn't intend that to sound like Borat, but my wife played WoW. She also played Lotro, Lord of the Rings Online. Yeah. She's really into Middle Earth stuff in general. I know she played more time or spent more time with WoW, but I think she was more excited about Lotro. Sure. She bought some kind of, I don't know exactly what it's called. I don't know if this is on offer like worldwide or if it's just Europe or something, but she spent like hundreds of euros buying this like Founders Pack or whatever it was called. Like she got to play Lord of the Rings Online for free. Like she didn't have to subscribe because she bought this very, very, very expensive Founders Pack. So I is Lord of the Rings Online even up still? Because if it is, I think she could still play it like with all this stuff.
If it is, I think it's gone free to play.
Probably.
But by now, if it is still up, which I mean, that's another thing about WoW, dude. Like it's never gone free to play. Like It's always been the same price and stuff. And a lot of people kind of expected that in the ensuing years too. Like, well, if WoW wants to stay relevant, it has to go free to play. And it's like, well, guess what? It hasn't, and it's still relevant,
dude. Like a streamer my wife watches semi-regularly was literally just streaming WoW this morning, like just a couple hours ago. Yeah. Like it is still a big deal, which is wild considering, 20 years of this. And again, because of how old it is and the fact that they've never been able to make a sequel or whatever, it still looks like kind of like an up-res PS2 game with better lighting. Yeah. So it's very, very interesting. And again, that kind of gets into what we were talking about on the last episode where like, graphics aren't really that important anymore, I feel like, to a wide mainstream audience. I feel like the closest thing to being dethroned WoW has ever been, or rather, the closest time WoW has ever been to being dethroned was like the height of Final Fantasy XIV popularity.
Sure.
And like, especially during like COVID and stuff, I feel like Final Fantasy XIV, like they kind of took control of the zeitgeist for a bit there, but I don't hear that much talk about Final Fantasy XIV nowadays. I know it's obviously that is also still very, very popular and beloved, but I do feel like WoW is kind of back on top of this space, whatever that means nowadays. Real quick, so WoW, as we've said before, been out for 20 years. It has received 10 expansions over the course of those 20 years, and I have them listed right here. It was the Burning Crusade in 2007, Wrath of the Lich King in 2008, Cataclysm in 2010, Mists of Pandaria in 2012, Warlords of Draenor in 2014, Legion in 2016, Battle for Azeroth in 2018, Shadowlands in 2020, Dragonflight in 2022, and The War Within in 2024. That said, they've also already announced the next 2 expansions, and that is they are Midnight and The Last Titan. Do any of those, like, of the ones you haven't played, which at this point is like nearly half of them, do any of those names like tell you anything about what's going on? Does Dragonflight mean you're flying dragons?
I assume so, but I could fly dragons going back to like Burning Crusade, so I don't know what any of that means.
Okay.
It is funny. Like, I don't know anything about what the current state of the world is, about like, little things like, one thing that's cool about World of Warcraft is, like it is a growing and changing world. Like that game does genuinely grow and change, and the story of it grows and changes. And I think that's something that's kept people engaged for so long. Like when expansions come out, it's like a new status quo of the world or something. Even like, the person who was like the leader of the Horde when I started playing, this character Thrall, has not been the leader of the Horde for years. He went off and did like something completely different in the story, and like multiple other people have now taken over the Horde, and like there's new leadership and like things that characters have gone off and done, and like that's the kind of thing. And another thing, like they're releasing these expansions like every 2 years like clockwork, but in between expansions, it's not as if the game's not updating. Like every month, 2 months, there's like new content being added, new dungeons, new PvP updates and stuff. Like one of the big reasons I think it continues to be so successful is like, yeah, dude, like if you're somebody that pays $15 a month and you're locked into WoW, like you are being well served with content,
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. We talked about this the other day, but like Mists of Pandaria was the last time I remember hearing people really talk about WoW expansions. And again, that was over 10 years ago now. So like it was around 2016 or 2018 when there are people still talking about, the next WoW expansion. I'm like, they're still making these things? Really, really shocking for me at the time. But yeah, it's cool. Like there is no other game like this, right? I can't think of anything that has been as popular as this has been for so long that is still being updated this consistently with like significant content for as long as this is. It really feels unique in this space.
Yeah, there really is nothing else quite like it. Even like, Final Fantasy 14 had like its whole, and I'm speaking from a place of ignorance. I've never played Final Fantasy 14. But I remember people were so what was it called? It was called like Shadow Dawn or Shadowbringer or something like that. Like the big like climactic like expansion for that game, like that kind of reset the status quo of that game's world and story came out, and people were way into that. But ever since that happened, I feel like I'm not hearing people talk as much about that either. So I think it's kind of the challenge of a lot of MMOs is like how you keep players like on the hook, like, and some of these expansions, like Warlords of Draenor was, from what I remember, and again, I just dived into it for like a month, but I remember that was when they introduced things like battle garrisons, like more like incremental updates to the game that were not like these massive. There's not like new continents, that used to be kind of like the status quo of the game is like every expansion you would get new races and classes and continents, and at a certain point you can't do that for every single expansion. Right. Some of them have to be more incremental upgrades. So it's interesting that like they've, for better or for worse, say what you will, like they have figured out that pattern and like what people want out of the game and how to keep people engaged for, 20 years. Like it's pretty impressive.
Also very impressive and adjacent to all this is the fact that as of 2019, there is World of Warcraft Classic, which you don't need to pay anything extra for. It's just part of your subscription if you subscribe. There was a time where people were doing private WoW servers that like took away all the expansions. It was just the vanilla game. And these got so popular that Blizzard was like, all right, then we'll do this ourselves. Like we'll have an official WoW Classic thing going on. So this is literally what it says. It's the original 1.0 stripped of all the recent all the expansions basically. And then they have been incrementally re-releasing the expansions as part of World of Warcraft Classic, but I didn't realize this until you streamed it, but like, you can still launch just Classic, and then as part of Classic, you can also launch it with Wrath of the Lich King or whatever now. So it's like, there's all these different versions of WoW that are like in the game and accessible at different points of the game's life. It's very weird to me. And as part of that 20-year thing, they were like doing a roadmap of kind of a roadmap of everything, but also for World of Warcraft Classic. It's like, yep, here we go. We're re-releasing Mists of Pandaria in spring 2025 or whatever. It's just like, God, life really is just one giant cycle. Like every 10 years or so, we're waiting on Mists of Pandaria, I guess.
Yeah, but it's weird to me too. Like I know that I'm not the audience for that. Like I am not tethered to my nostalgia quite that hard. I'm tethered to it hard enough to boot it up and check it out on a stream in the Discord for a few hours. And go in and be nostalgic and show it to my friend for this podcast or whatever. But I'm not like the type of person to be like, oh hell yeah, like they're releasing Mists of Pandaria again. I'm there. I'm locked in.
Right.
You know, like that's not me.
I mean, it's also it's an impossible thing to replicate, right? Because what people are nostalgic for, and again, we'll talk about this in the next section, but people are nostalgic for that time of their lives and the people they played the game with and stuff. Like,
right.
It's not like Mario 3. I can boot up Mario 3 on my Switch, and even though it's not going to give me the exact same feelings it did 30 years ago, it can get me close. It can give me an approximation. Whereas like playing WoW by yourself in 2024, like you get flooded with some of the memories of like the areas and the music and stuff, but it's still not going to hit the same as, oh, I'm getting home from school and I'm playing this with my buddy, right? Like it's not the same. And I think that's what like a lot of people have had to contend with. I just don't like this general trend of this whole classic thing, like Overwatch Classic, another Blizzard game. Just now, granted, this is like a time limited event, but like, hey, they're letting you play launch day version of Overwatch within an Overwatch 2 now. And again, I loved Overwatch. That was the first Blizzard game I really fell in love with. Mercy main over here. And
yeah, same.
Like the idea that like, oh yeah, they brought back 1.0 Mercy and you can revive your whole team. Like that is cool, but like if this is just a time limited event, I just don't even really want to bother. Like if you're going to add it as a permanent mode, maybe, but even then I don't really want to download Overwatch again. Like my friends probably aren't going to play it again. And even if they did, it's not going to be the same. I am married now and I live in a different country now. Like we would never be able to replicate the feelings we had. I think that's even one of our Bid Harmony intros. You can never replicate those feelings you had when you were 17. But yeah, like I don't like the trend, but I understand nostalgia chasing is weird. But then it also makes me feel old. I think Fortnite Classic also is a recent thing. And just like, dude, Fortnite wasn't that long ago. But then I look, I'm like, oh yeah, it was like 8 years ago. So I guess we are at about that point.
It's weird, man. Yeah. Well, but you know what though? Like WoW Classic, like there are people who are locked in enough to WoW Classic to where, like when we were playing on the stream, we found multiple like max level people who are like, wow, y'all are really still doing that thing. Y'all are like going in and spending hundreds of hours at like, there are people who it's not just, for some people, it's not just a little nostalgia hit. I'll come in and mess around for a few hours. There are people who are actually playing it like it's 2004 again, which is, whatever, that's your prerogative. And it's cool that they have that stuff available for the people who want it, like there is a demand for it, I guess. And it's cool that they're meeting it. And I think that like, if you're going to do this, then this is probably the best way to go about it, having like different versions where you can play vanilla WoW. You can keep up with new expansions coming to Classic WoW if you want to. Or there's one that's actually like a version of it that's squarely focused on like PvP. Like if you just like where they're updating it and balancing it and stuff like this for PvP, there's a version of the game like that too. So that's all really interesting. But then it also becomes like a little parody of itself. During that recent like anniversary direct, they announced like we're relaunching servers for Vanilla WoW Classic, where now people can like get like start on the same page again, and if you've been left behind, you can get in on WoW Classic like it originally was and start over from scratch. So it's like WoW Classic.
Dude, that is so good. I didn't realize that I didn't watch that direct. I didn't realize it was gonna be like 3 hours long, but that is really funny. I did not realize that was happening. That's very, very cool.
It's wild. Like at a certain point, like it's, you're trying to serve so many different people with this, and like it does become a little ridiculous at a certain point. But still, I mean, it was, for me, it was neat to pop in there, and I'll probably never play it again unless there's some other reason to to do that. But if you're gonna do it, at least you're doing it like this, I guess.
Yeah, I appreciate, regardless of how I feel about all this stuff, I appreciate that Blizzard at least is recognizing that, like, hey, we have an audience we could serve, and we can do this, so let's give this to them in an official capacity, and then, like, people aren't going to be wandering private servers, and then those servers go down and they lose their characters and stuff. At least it's in an official capacity. Speaking of other Blizzard things, it is worth noting that, again, World of Warcraft has been around for 20 years. There is no World of Warcraft 2. I mean, you can argue that, like, every expansion is kind of its own kind of sequel-ish. Not exactly, but, like, has the content worth of a sequel almost. At least by now, after all these built-up expansions. Right. Certainly, we are in, like, World of Warcraft, like, 7.0 by now, at least. But it's interesting that, like, they never made another MMO. That said, it is interesting to read up on their canceled projects. There was a project called Titan that was meant to be some sort of follow-up to World of Warcraft. They eventually reworked it into what became Overwatch. It was going to be some kind of superhero MMO, where in the day you would be living your normal civilian life, and then at night you'd become superheroes. It sounded like, or rather, they pitched it as like it's Animal Crossing times like a superhero MMO, which kind of sounds really neat, but I can also imagine why that wouldn't work and why they spent years and years on it before canceling it and then reworking what they had into Overwatch. Also worth noting that there was a recently canceled project. I think shortly after Microsoft acquired them, they canceled it. It was called Project Odyssey, and it was some kind of multiplayer survival game with a fairy tale setting that also sounds like it was meant to be some kind of successor to WoW, in the sense that not exactly an MMO, but like survival games have kind of taken the place of MMOs, at least from what I've been able to see as someone that doesn't really engage with MMOs or survival games. And that was in development hell for like 7 years, so that's also gone now. Sounds like Blizzard just has like a lot of problems in the modern age. But that said, what are your experiences with Blizzard as like a company in terms of like other games that you've played before or since WoW?
I mean, like there was a time where they were like my favorite developer. Like there was a time where I was like so locked into everything they were doing. I told you this story when we were playing WoW Classic the other day, but I'll just share it here for the show. My first experience with Warcraft in particular was the youth leaders at our church named Tom and Julie had us over at their place one night to do a Warcraft 3 LAN party. And that was my first exposure to the entire Warcraft thing, and like I thought it was so cool. Like I thought it was like I just thought everything about it was so neat. And that's an RTS, which is funny because like I'm not a big RTS player even now, but like that was my gateway into Warcraft and then StarCraft and all of that. Like that was how I kind of got into Blizzard stuff. And I'm, whatever, like a preteen or something when this happened. And like I remember getting home and like asking my dad if we could buy the Warcraft 3 battle chest and just like spending so much time playing that game. And then it was like by proxy of that, like you would get into, because like Blizzard was so good about those battle chests. You would go to the store, go to Walmart or something, and like you would see these big boxes with like beautiful, cool box art. It would come with a strategy guide, the game, the expansions or whatever, just in this nice like box. And so I got that for Warcraft 3, was like obsessed with it. And then same thing like with Diablo 2. Dude, I have put like thousands of hours into Diablo 2. Like I played that game so much. And then, like even StarCraft 1, and this is not my kind of game at all, especially today, but like anything that Blizzard did, I was there for. Like I was locked into whatever they were going to do. So like StarCraft is the one that I've spent the least time with, but even when StarCraft 2 came out, Like I remember being hyped for that. I remember like when the hype around that game when it came out, and I remember getting it like day one. And StarCraft is not my thing at all, but like because it was Blizzard, I was just invested in it. There was something about their entire thing. And you mentioned Overwatch 1 when that came out, like that was exciting. Like that was a cool moment. That first reveal trailer for Overwatch is still one of my favorite video game trailers of all time. There was something like kind of cool because they had these pillars of like you've got Warcraft, Diablo, and like StarCraft, and that was kind of like the main pillars of Blizzard. Like that was their franchises. These are their games. It's kind of like Valve in that way. Just they have these kind of like flagship franchises, and it's not often that we get new games from them, but when they do, they hit. And so like the concept of like them having this other leg to it with Overwatch, and now there's like Hearthstone and Heroes of the Storm and all this stuff in the post-Activision era, but like the idea of there being more like a kind of fourth leg of Blizzard was so cool at the time. And yeah, I don't know, I was way into them for a long time.
Yeah, as someone, I owned StarCraft. I weirdly liked RTSs as like a young kid, and by young I mean like 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, me too.
I guess it maybe just because they were really prolific on PCs back then, whereas again they don't really exist much anymore. The first PC game I ever owned, my friend's dad bought a copy of Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun, and it didn't run well on their PC, so they just gave it to me. So I played that online with my buddy a lot. So I did own StarCraft. I didn't play it basically at all. Like, I was like, okay, I like Tiberian Sun more. I feel like Tiberian Sun is viewed as like a lesser Command & Conquer also, but I don't care. I thought it was pretty cool. But yeah, it really wasn't until Overwatch that I like really dedicated a lot of time to a Blizzard game. I played a little bit of Diablo 3. It wasn't really doing it for me. My wife and I played a ton of Diablo 4 last year, though when we were done with the story, we just kind of stopped. Like the post game kind of really sucked in that, to the point where it's like, I'm good.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because, yeah, like you said, even though I didn't really engage with Blizzard games until Overwatch, they had so much notoriety back then. And yeah, I think comparing it to Valve is perfect, because when I think of like developers that were Western developers specifically that were kind of treated with reverence, like it was Blizzard and Valve are like the two that I instantly think of. And again, even with like any missteps or whatever we talk about with modern Blizzard, like they're still a pretty big deal. Again, we keep talking about it. World of Warcraft is still pretty dang popular. So it's cool that like they've been making games of this caliber for like 30 years now. It's very, very interesting. And yeah, they've touched so many different genres and stuff. They seem like one of the most fascinating game development studios, period, especially in the Western sphere.
I remember like thinking, being that locked in, being like, oh man, like I would love to one day like go to BlizzCon. Like they had their own convention. Yeah. This company was so big, they had their own convention
and it was a huge deal. Like those tickets like sell out. It's not like it's some easy to get to thing. Like they're a big deal.
Yeah, you'd see shots of like, their offices, and there's this like giant statue of like an orc riding a wolf in like their, like in their like main kind of entrance and stuff. I'm like, oh man, like I would love to go to like the Blizzard offices. It just seemed like this, I don't know, like it seemed like this legendary like place or something. Like there were a few developers that I just kind of like deified back then, like, and Blizzard was definitely one of them, man.
Yeah,
definitely.
I think that could be said of like the wider gaming population. And then I think even a lot of Blizzard employees themselves kind of deified their own company. And I think that is when problems start arising. But we're probably not really gonna have time to talk about that. Maybe a little in the next section.
I gotta read that book. That Jason Schreier book is all about that. Like that's what like the kind of the big-headedness and being on top of the world, and how that ends up creating weird power structure things, and that, you know, how it all kind of went wrong. So I gotta read that.
And it sounds like things went wrong further back than you think. Like it's not like a recent thing, but they were able to still put out quality products for quite a while despite that. Real quick, last thing in the generalities I want to talk about. Well, I say real quick, this might actually take a while, but this is like the rare video game page on Wikipedia that actually had a dedicated music section. So I just feasted. I just took as many notes as I could.
Oh yeah.
So the Vanilla WoW soundtrack was composed mostly by Jason Hayes. Tracy W. Bush, Derek Duke, and Glenn Stafford were also brought in like late in development to finish off the score. And also the conduction, it was conducted by Imir Noon. I just kind of want to talk about all of them because there's like interesting stuff about all of these people. So Imir Noon has done composition and conducting work on, basically what I was able to find about all of the composers that like ever worked on WoW is that like they mostly just worked on Blizzard stuff. It sounds like the sound studio at Blizzard was pretty big, and like when you got there, you kind of just stayed there mostly. But yeah, she's done composition and conducting work on a lot of Blizzard stuff, most notably Overwatch, Diablo 3, StarCraft 2. She won some awards for the Warlords of Draenor expansion specifically. Most interesting for me was she also was the conductor for the Legend of Zelda 25th Anniversary CD that came with Skyward Sword, as well as the Symphony of the Goddess tour. She was also the first ever female conductor to perform at the Oscars in 2020. So yeah, wow. That's pretty cool. I was kind of blown away when I was reading that.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, dude. Like that's a pretty stellar resume.
Like you basically like your professional career is working on some of the most beloved video game soundtracks of all time, and then you also get to do a Zelda symphonic tour. Like that's pretty damn cool. Jason Hayes, as noted, is the main composer on Vanilla WoW. He's a senior composer at Blizzard. I believe he's still there. Also worked on a lot of their games over the years, including StarCraft and Hearthstone. As we'll get to in a little bit, he did the vanilla or the lion's share of work on Vanilla WoW.
Sure.
Tracy W. Bush has composed for. He was the most interesting, honestly, to look up, because he's the one that seemed to do the least stuff with Blizzard, but he's composed for a lot of MMOs specifically after WoW. He composed for Tabula Rasa, Dungeon Runners, and DC Universe Online. There were more. I just didn't note all of them here. Though also, he did also work with Derek Duke and Glenn Stafford on the Warcraft 3 soundtrack, and they were brought in to help finish the WoW soundtrack. It sounds like by the time they were brought in, they mostly just had the capital cities and some other stuff to finish. And so he was saying in this interview that I found that he was specifically wanting to do the Night Elf capital city, Darnassus, is that how I pronounce it?
Yeah.
Because he was the one that did the Night Elf music in Warcraft 3. I did find this interview with him from Engadget in 2013. I'll just read this. There's just like, I just took the WoW relevant questions here. This is Engadget asking, when you were working on World of Warcraft, did it feel different than, say, working on one of Blizzard's other titles? Did the music need to be different to fit into this genre? Tracy says, absolutely, and it took a lot of getting used to. The music from Warcraft 3 was fully orchestrated, and each piece needed to have an opening theme that you built on, a middle ambient section, and a final strong summation. The hope there was that even though we didn't have an interactive score, the individual pieces would have such dynamics that occasionally it would feel interactive. As it turns out, it worked out that way more often than not. People would be building their bases during the beginning theme statement, then do a little exploration when the music was ambient, then have a big battle during the massive end bit. We used to get comments from people who talked about how interactive the score was, which it wasn't at all, but we designed the music to give the illusion of interactivity.
Huh.
Yeah, that immediately is super
really
cool.
Interesting. Yeah.
He goes on, but I digress. Those pieces were written to be massively epic in the hope that it would make the skirmish level battles seem gigantic. In WoW, the style Jason pioneered, which most MMOs do to this day, was a very bare bones approach. Strip out most of the orchestration, get rid of all the hugeness, and let just a few instruments state your theme. Let it build a bit, let another instrument take over the melody line, then let it fade out. Support it lightly with a trace of structure. Do not resolve the song. If you do that, the mood that's set by the previous piece kind of holds over, and then when you go for a bit without some music, you're sort of frozen in the mood left by that unresolved bit from the last piece. Eventually, here comes a new bit of music sticking to that kind of feel, and the mood of the area is reinforced. Lather, rinse, repeat. It's an incredibly effective way to set tone and define the characteristics of your subzones. And yes, I'm not, we've talked about this before. You're more like musical. You have more knowledge about the actual composition of music than I do. But I even did note some of these things in my song notes for this episode, that like a lot of times like the instruments will just like fade out and then other instruments kind of come in. It's like I noticed these things, and it's very, very interesting. This other question that was WoW related, I found. This is Engadget asking, what's one of your favorite memories or pieces from the WoW soundtrack? Tracy responded, in talking about the style of composition in the last paragraph, I was playing Elwynn Forest in my head. I'm listening to it right now. It's one of the first things Jason wrote, and it stands up so amazingly well. Just tremendous stuff. One of my favorite memories of working on WoW was the Tanaris music. I was trying to capture that desolate, empty desert vibe, but it could be very frustrating. I was using huge reverbs to imply those big distances, resonant strings to give a Middle Eastern vibe, but I was forever on the hunt to find samples that I could use to help paint that musical picture without having to rely on specific instruments as a crutch. I wanted there to be the illusion of music, but nothing you could catch onto, nothing you could sink your teeth into. Music that was almost a mirage in and of itself. When I finally saw it in the game, I was very happy. I think I captured that vibe very well. I will try and remember to note the link to this interview in the show notes, because it's quite long, but I think those were the WoW specific questions they asked him, but very, very interesting.
That is interesting, yeah.
I think that was like a piece, like a recurring segment on Engadget back then called Jukebox Heroes, where they just interviewed game composers. I didn't have the time to look into it this episode, but I'm going to have to look into that, because I think that was very, very interesting to hear that much specificity about it, especially... Again, this is 2013. Like, WoW is still pretty fresh. This isn't like a retrospective thing at that point. It was a pretty recent thing. Quick other notes. Derek Duke was another of the Vanilla WoW composers. Also the music supervisor and lead composer for Overwatch. He is still contributing music here and there for the newest WoW expansions. And then Glenn Stafford, who's worked at Blizzard for nearly 30 years. He contributed to the vast majority of Blizzard releases in some way, shape, or form since 1993, including, I think, every WoW expansion thus far. And he left Blizzard earlier this year. It was kind of... No one really talked about it, so it sounded like he maybe left as a form of protest to how gross their culture had gotten, is what people were speculating on. I also want to shout out two other composers that didn't work on Vanilla WoW, but we are featuring their music in this episode from the expansions. That is Russell Brower. They've won Emmys for sound design work on things like Tiny Toon Adventures, Animaniacs, and Batman the Animated Series. Most of his video game composition work has been for Blizzard titles, including basically all the WoW expansions up through Legion. Left Blizzard in 2017, and later cited it as having a toxic culture when all the allegations and lawsuits started happening. Most recently composed for an MMO published by Tencent this year called Taurus Land. I didn't have a chance to...
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, never heard of it either. If this wasn't such a late thing, I would have tried to listen to it a little bit, but I didn't have time. Sure. The other one, or the other person that we're featuring, is Neil Acree. This dude has won way too many awards to try and list here, so I just won't. If you want, go to his Wikipedia page. He's won a lot of like Emmys and stuff, I think. He does composition work for video games, movies, and TV. On the video game side of things, it's basically all Blizzard stuff again, though also he's composed for a lot of Stargate related things, as well as that Amazon show, The Legend of Vox Machina, that has vaguely
that
like
Critical Role
yes,
show.
that's like D&D adjacent kind of.
Yeah.
So yeah, a lot of heavy hitters, a lot of award winners in the WoW pantheon of composers here. I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add to any of those. I know that was a lot of information, but
it's interesting though. I mean, like, and it's funny too, because like, you know, you bring up with these people like Russell Brower and Glenn Stafford, like, you know, there's a huge implication, I think, even among Blizzard fans that like, oh, like when Blizzard fell off, like Activision bought them and then everything changed. And like that, like Activision ruined Blizzard kind of thing. And it's easy for people to look at that as like a cut and dry black and white thing, but that's not necessarily the case.
Right.
You know, and these problems went back even further than that. And in fact, like, you know, Russell Brower, like talking about like he left Blizzard in 2017 and was talking about, you know, how bad it was even before then, you know. So it's, you know, like that's the kind of thing that I think is important to keep in mind. But yeah, I mean, dude, like, and there are a couple notes that I have when we get to some of these later music pieces of music too, and people that have worked with Blizzard on some of this stuff, that like they have a real eye for that. Like they know how to like get the right talent and put the right pedigree behind it. There's something about World of Warcraft in particular, and Warcraft in general. Warcraft is both the most serious and unserious fantasy IPs like ever. Like it is both incredibly, you know, serious and deep and has like cool lore and characters and stuff. But at the same time, like there's stupid stuff like Shadowlands and Dragonflight and stuff, and you know that, and even stuff that is like actually like self-parody in the game. But you know, like I think it's important. Like none of that stuff would land if they didn't take so many elements of the game 1000% seriously. And the music is one of them, and it's evidenced by how many of these heavy hitters they have working on their game soundtrack. Like it's clear that they take that seriously. Even at the end of that recent direct they did like a massive performance of World of... I didn't even watch the full thing. I had watched for like almost an hour before I tuned out. And it was like still going. Like they take this stuff really seriously.
It's nice, right? Because like, again, the game has survived for as long as it has because of how passionate the fans are about it. So yeah, it's good to feed back into that and like give weight to that, give weight to your own work because fans are giving weight to it, right? I think that's something like other companies could learn from to a certain degree. But yeah, I thought it was all pretty interesting. With that said, are you ready for our next break?
Yes, let's do it.
For your next break music, we've got Silver Moon City, which was composed by Russell Brower, and Lament of the Highborn, which was composed by Russell Brower and Derek Duke, featuring Vanjie Gunn. I assume that's on the vocals. These are both from, was this Burning Crusade?
Yeah, these are, I mean, there's a lot of like Burning Crusade music that I could have pulled, but to me, like the Blood Elves and like this whole vibe like is Burning Crusade to me. Yeah.
Okay. So that, again, we've got Silver Moon City and Lament of the Highborn, and then we're going to come back and talk about just kind of basically Seth's experiences with World of Warcraft as a game. And that was Silver Moon City and Lament of the Highborn from World of Warcraft, Burning Crusade. When it comes to Silver Moon, honestly, kind of both these, I don't have that many notes for either of these.
Sure.
I did want to note that in Silver Moon City at 104, with like the female vocals kind of doing like coming in and like getting stronger, that was really, really good. It's building up to like horns and stuff. It was really, really good.
Yeah.
Very, I keep saying like Danny Elfman, but like this was the most like Jack Skellington is gonna like sing a song to me about wanting a different life kind of thing in the whole soundtrack.
Sure. Yeah, Silver Moon City to me, so this is like the capital city of the Blood Elves, and it's like this, the Blood Elves have this really particular vibe of like pridefulness, like there's a magical, ethereal quality to it. They're very like almost addicted actually to magic.
Okay.
And like, I don't know, like there's something, it was cool to hear you talk about like that interview and like how much they think about this kind of thing. Because as somebody, like, I listen to music and I overthink about like everything, and I feel like I'm pulling like little things that I feel like maybe sometimes aren't there. So it's validating to hear interviews like that where like, oh, they actually are thinking about this kind of stuff. And yeah, like to me, this song is like, it feels prideful. Like I get like a prideful kind of feeling to it. And it's also kind of cinematic. Like you mentioned Danny Elfman. This actually reminded me, I mentioned Philip Glass maybe even in the last episode.
Yep, it was the last episode,
Yeah, like this kind of gives me a little bit of that vibe, a little bit of a Philip Glass vibe to it at points. But then you have, like that choir you're talking about, you have little harp trills that give it that feeling of like this is a city that's like steeped in like magic at the same time. But then you have like the intros, this like big brassy thing, and there's like cello and like big prominent horns that feels regal, which is appropriate because these are people that consider themselves highborn, it feels, I don't know, like it feels very appropriate for the Blood Elves for this to be like their main city. And even if you look at the city in the game, it's opulent, it's golden, it's like, drenched in sunlight, and it's like this, I don't know, it's a very, very particular vibe. And this is one of the first songs that I think of when I think of Burning Crusade as an expansion, because Burning Crusade, when that expansion came out, it was so exciting, it was so unique, it was so like you're going through a massive dark portal to an alien world. And not just like, when I say alien, I don't mean like foreign, I mean like in outer space. Like in another like plane of reality where these demons live that have been trying to burst through the portal and have been trying to overtake the world that you're in, and we've only been barely holding them back all these years, and like now we're actually going to Outland and we're actually like taking the fight to them a little bit, and that's such a cool vibe. And like the neat thing about Outland is like you have these kind of like fell demon like areas in space, but then you also have these incredibly peaceful, areas where it's just like, these like plains and rolling hills and like, there's these giant like elephant creatures that just kind of graze on the grass, and there's something like, a Silver Moon City, in there. And I don't know, like there's something kind of, there's something cool about that entire vibe. Like they really took like all of these ideas and meshed them into this like alien place. It was a cool expansion, man. Like that felt really exciting when that came out.
That sounds really cool. Okay. I don't know what it is, because I've always liked some fantasy stuff like Lord of the Rings or whatever, but I never gave many fantasy things a shot. So, when you're just engaging on a surface level of the Lord of the Rings, like it just feels like traditional fantasy stuff, which makes sense because it kind of is like the Bible of modern fantasy stuff in a lot of ways. But it never occurred to me like meshing aliens and fantasy together. And now, like Dark Souls and Bloodborne and Elden Ring all do that. And I playing Elden Ring 2.5 years ago, I was like, whoa, there's so much alien stuff in here. What's going on? And then playing Baldur's Gate 3, that was like the first major like Dungeons and Dragons related thing I've ever engaged with.
Mind flayers and whatnot.
Mind flayers, Githyanki. I was like, this is so damn cool. Like the Githyanki are like my favorite thing about Baldur's Gate 3 in a lot of ways. I think it's so damn cool. And now, like, I don't know. Now I feel dumb. I feel this happens a lot of the time, but I feel dumb for like not giving things a chance. Now, granted, with WoW, I have a very addictive personality, and I know I would have like played the hell out of WoW 20 years ago. So I just didn't want to even get started. But hearing about how cool the lore was, I always kind of dismissed it. Like my wife talks about how cool the story and the lore was. I was always just kind of like, yeah, sure. If you're a nerd, but I am a nerd, and I don't know why I was trying to deny that for so long. Because everything you're describing, just with like these realms and stuff, sounds cool as hell to me now. But I don't know. As little as 5 years ago, I'd been like, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, well, there's when you look at Burning Crusade in particular too, it was so exciting because like the way it was structured, like this was the first time we were getting new races in the game. We're so familiar with orcs and trolls and gnomes and humans and night elves and stuff. Now we get like blood elves, and they're on the horde, and like finally you can like, but I was telling you this about WoW Classic. Now like any race can be any class, but back then like you couldn't play a paladin on the horde side. You couldn't play a shaman on the Alliance side. So when Burning Crusade came out, blood elves could be paladins and Draenei could be shamans. And it's really cool because like in the lore of the game, like the blood elves are really cool, of course, but the Draenei are also really cool because they come from Outland. They are aliens themselves, but their entire race is predisposed to like being corrupted by the Burning Legion and like being like it's literally in their blood. And the Draenei race that you're almost playing as these like refugees who are trying to escape their own fate of their bloodline. And some of the most like evil big bad characters in the lore of the game are from that entire like race, and they're these ancient, they're like one of the oldest races in the game. And when you start playing as like a Draenei character, like your people are trying to escape that fate. Their like home base is like a crashed ship called the Exodar, and like I don't know, like it's so cool, like it's so neat and interesting and so unique to like World of Warcraft. It's such a unique vibe and flavor that like I don't know, like it really felt like and the game was not out long enough to be stale or whatever by the time it came out, but like everybody had just spent so many hundreds of hours playing it already that like you felt like you had a handle. As big as the world was, as much as there was to do, you felt like you kind of knew what was up. And then when Burning Crusade came out, it was like everything has changed. Like the way that this world feels is completely different now. It was so that feeling is, I can't express how cool and unique that was. I remember when it came out, I think it was like January of 2007. And I remember like being, like picking that up at midnight. I still have when we were unpacking as we moved into this new place, I still have all of my old collector's edition boxes. Like I still have like on my shelf my Burning Crusade collector's edition that I got at midnight. And I remember coming home and just playing it for like 14 hours straight. And this is a funny little story. My girlfriend at the time, it came out the day before her birthday. And, I'm like,
no.
I'm like a teenager, you know, whatever. I'm kind of like in high school and stuff. And I was homeschooled at this point of my life. So whenever a game was coming out that I was excited for, I would just like get like 2 weeks ahead of my work so that I could just like no life video games. And so 2007 was the year that I like graduated and stuff. And anyway, I had done a bunch of my work ahead of time and I picked up the game at midnight and I completely forgot that her birthday was the next day.
Oh,
and
that's even worse. I thought you were going to say like you found a way to not celebrate her birthday or something, but forgetting is even worse.
Oh no, just you wait. So they call me, and actually my first girlfriend was my friend Ira, who like I mentioned earlier, is the person who introduced me to this game. He calls me and he's like, "Hey, are you going to come to Kristen's birthday party?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm sick." It's like, I'm so sorry. I feel so bad. I'm sick. And so I like appeared offline in the game and just played WoW all day instead of going to her party.
I love the classic trick of appearing offline. I know that well on America Online. I'm like, oh damn, like she's on. Okay, let me click that eye to make myself invisible.
But I was terrified though. I was like, oh, like somebody's gonna like get online and like bump into my character.
They're gonna see you running around. It's like if you went to like the mall in real life and they saw you, but it's in WoW. It's like,
yeah, I had that genuine fear in the back of my head the entire time I was playing. I felt so bad, but like that was like I was so locked in. Like it was all I wanted to do.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. You know, but I'll never forget that. I totally faked sick. I didn't go, and like she forgave me and it was fine. Like I got away with it. But that has weighed heavy on my heart for, 20 years now.
Well, now it's out in the open. Let yourself breathe. Yeah. You can maybe they'll hear it. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe. I'll probably send it to Ira. He'll get a kick out of it. But yeah, that did happen. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I was like that was like, Burning Crusade and Wrath, which we'll talk about. Like that was the peak of this game for me and like the most locked in I've ever been, maybe with any game ever in my entire life. Like I don't know that I ever like lived and breathed a game as much as I did in this era, like in sort of this 2007, 2009 kind of era.
Yeah, I feel like I hear that a lot. I do want to talk about that like in a little bit here. That said, we should talk about a little bit about Lament of the Highborn just because we hadn't shouted it out yet. Again, I basically have no notes on this one except when I was looking stuff up on YouTube, the official World of Warcraft YouTube account uploaded this song, but they had the version they uploaded had like a close up of the character who sings. I forget her name. Sylvanas, yeah. Like a close up of her character model, like actually singing it and stuff, which I thought was very interesting. You don't really ever, again, kind of lending credence to the idea that like Blizzard is giving proper weight to things that they've made and whatever. I don't know, you don't see that very often. It almost feels like modern Splatoon in some ways, that like Nintendo really, they go out of their way to highlight the characters, like the different idol groups or whatever. And in this case, they're going out of their way to highlight like a story important character that has this like big moment that a lot of people remember and talk about. I thought that was really cool and interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know how like deep into into the lore I should get here. There's an area of the game called the Ghostlands, which is kind of like where the Blood Elves fell to the Scourge when Arthas the Lich King sent out this massive plague, this scourge that like plagued the land, and that was the way that his influence was kind of taking over the world. He was poisoning people, he was killing people, he was turning them into undead, servants of his, and blah blah blah. Mm-hmm. Sylvanas was, a high-ranking soldier in like the Blood Elf like resistance of that, and she wound up becoming Forsaken, which is like undead that manage to break from the influence of the Lich King. So she is a blood elf, but she's like an undead blood elf with her own autonomy, essentially. So Sylvanas is an interesting character in the lore because she's like the leader of the undead, but she's not like a zombie. She's like an undead blood elf. And so when you go to the Ghostlands during the Burning Crusade expansion, it's definitely one of the most memorable missions. You find this like locket, and it's called like the Lady's Necklace, and you find it and you bring it to Sylvanas, and it is something that fell off of her when she was battling the Lich King, when she essentially died, and all of her people died too. And you bring it to her and she's overcome with them. She's normally this like steely, unfeeling kind of character, but she's so overcome with emotion when you bring this to her that she bursts into that song. And like she has this like chorus of banshees behind her, and she just sings this song called Lament of the Highborn. And like the song is just really like pretty and like well performed, but like the lyrics are sad. Like she I get like emotional thinking about, like, she sings about like the translated lyrics are like, our enemies are breaking through, you know, and like she's singing to her entire people, which is the Sindore, the children of the blood elves. And, I don't know. I was so like touched by that moment in the game. It inspired me to make my own guild for the first time, and I called it Lament of the Highborn. And we became one of the top guilds on our server. There ended up being something like 600 people in that guild, I think. And like that started in Burning Crusade. Like that mission and that moment and that song impacted me so profoundly. Like I wanted to put it somewhere. Like I wanted to like, it inspired me to create that guild. And yeah, I don't know. I still remember that. Like I remember like how deeply that whole like moment in the game impacted me.
Sure. I feel like Joe Rogan this episode. Like I just invited someone on to explain things to me. I'm just like sitting over here like, whoa, or yeah, interesting. Yeah. That's it. This all does sound cool. It's also funny because 20 years ago, if I tried playing this, I wouldn't have cared about any of this at all. Frankly, I just wasn't. I think it's super interesting and cool, and like so much attention to detail and such cool moments now, just hearing about it. But yeah, if anything, it's probably good that I didn't play this 20 years ago, because this all just would have washed over me. I just been like, I just want to kill more sewer rats and level up and whatever. Like, who cares? It's funny how good these song choices were for this section, because like this is kind of just what I want this section to be, is like you just telling me any other stories you have, memorable ones that you want to tell with the game, either like actually in the game moments like these, or moments like forgetting your girlfriend's birthday. Like I don't know I don't know where you want to start, or if you just want to, if you have anywhere you want to start. But that's kind of what I was envisioning the section to be, is like a trading of stories. And again, I have a couple of my wife's stories to contribute. But
sure, yeah, no, I mean, God, there's so many. I remember I was talking to you a little bit about this when we were streaming the game in the Discord too, but when I started that guild, one thing that I didn't anticipate was like what comes with being a guild leader in a large guild. And like, you know, it's, you could set up like ranks in the guild. So like I was the leader, but I had several like officers, including my friend Justin. And I had like a bunch of like people who were essentially like mods. And we had like across various time zones. So there was always somebody online that could either set up raiding parties or help people with questing. We were like a variety guild. There are guilds who like have specific, like there are PvP specific guilds. You know, I remember one on the server that was a PvP focused guild, was It Burns When I PvP. Okay. I remember that guild pretty specifically, but like our guild just kind of did everything. Like if you wanted to, which I think is why it got so big. Like if you were like a new player and you just wanted people to quest with, we had that. If you wanted to take it seriously and do raids every weekend, we had that, you know, so we kind of did it all. And, Yeah, like it was weird because it felt like a job. Like it felt like even though I was working at the time like at GameStop, like I felt like I had like a double life or something. Like 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 I'll be working at GameStop or whatever, and it's like they don't even know that that I'm the guild leader of this big guild. They don't even realize. And like the way people treat you is weird when you're in that position, because not only did I have like people in the guild like weirdly like flirting with me and trying to like, I don't know, like curry favor with me or something. But you also get like way invested in people's like personal lives. Like the amount of people that met and had relationships and also like breakups and like these little interpersonal like fights and drama and stuff. Like I had to get into several like vent calls with people who were like crying, and like it was weird. Like it was weird how like involved you get with these people's lives. And like, like I remember talking to people about like their divorces and stuff like this. And I'm like, like 19 or something like that. And but like people were like looking to me for like that guidance and stuff. And I don't know, like you get weirdly mixed in with people's lives, and people look to you for that. Like they look at you as like an almost fatherly, it's like you have a little cult. It's like you've made a little cult inside of this game. It's really strange. And like, I remember I would log in and, there's a couple of different like chat channels when you log into the game. You can private message people. You can go into like general chat and talk to people out in the world, but then you have like a separate chat that is just for your guild. And there are people who had like notifications turned on of when I would log in. And like when I would log in, I would just immediately get like 30 messages of people like welcome, like saying hi to me.
Oh, okay.
Which was like, it was weird. Like it was the first time I ever felt like a sense of like online community ever in my life. But at the same time, like it was also an important lesson to me as somebody who has never had really any like quote unquote power or influence, really ever in my life, of like, well, what do you do with that? Like, what kind of person are you when you have power and influence? And it actually kind of showed me a little bit about myself of like, oh, like I didn't take advantage of anybody. And I never, even when I could have, like, even when I had power and influence over people and people were willing to give me money, were willing to give me this or that. And yeah, like girls like flirting with, I never like took advantage of that. And it kind of like reinforced, I guess, in my own head of like my own value set, because I know other people, even other people in the guild that were not of that same value set, not to like call anybody out. But anyway, it was a weird like, it was a weird time in my life where I kind of like, it almost shaped my moral compass in some way of like, what do you like, who are you when you have the most power and influence you can in this situation?
Well, yeah, and that makes sense to me too. You talked about this a little bit in the stream, but like this was your first time really being able to interact with like openly like gay people and things like that. So like that is going to influence your moral compass, even if you don't know it. Like, yeah, as someone that grew up in a small town in Louisiana, what is your reaction to being around all this stuff, especially as like a 19-year-old, especially when like people are coming to you and revealing things that you're not even asking for and stuff, like, yeah, so like how you react to that, that it makes perfect sense that it's going to be that for you. And it sounds weird, but like for you, it's like you got old enough, like if you lived in a city, you could theoretically go to clubs and stuff like that, but for you, it's like I'm logging into WoW and I'm interacting with my guild every day. And so it makes sense that like that's how you're coming up in the world. And I know to people that like don't play games as much as we do or don't engage in online community, nowadays online community, it feels like it's a default for a lot of people. Like even if you don't play games, like you can find like other like-minded dorks for any subject, movies, music, sports. Like you're gonna have, if you're someone going online on Twitter, nowadays, I would hope you have some kind of online community, and that can also be really bad, but we don't need to get into that. But yeah, it's interesting that WoW became that for you, but it also makes perfect sense when you put it like that.
Yeah, it was interesting. I had, this is another funny little, weirdly, I didn't expect to have so many like old girlfriend stories related to this. But I was long distance dating this girl around this time as well. And I remember she was really like, she was really jealous of how much time I was spending in World of Warcraft. Mm-hmm. And I remember she ended up like making a WoW account and like playing WoW and joining, like finding somebody in our guild, joined the guild. And then like she tried to like catfish me. Like she tried to like flirt with me, pretending to be somebody else to like see if I would like digitally cheat on her. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Sort of thing. And like she was trying to get like something out of me. And then I remember like later that night, and I was like, yeah, well, I have a girlfriend, you know, or whatever. And I would just like turn it down. And I remember like she messaged me on MSN Messenger later that night, and she was like, "Oh my God, like I have to confess, like it was me. I was Undead Kitten." And she was like, "I was Undead Kitten. I was just I was trying to test you, and like you completely passed with flying colors." But I was like pissed. I was like, that's weird of you to do that, man.
It is, because where I thought that story was going to go was that she started playing WoW to have a connection with you on that level, and like that could be cute and sweet. And no, it just turned into like a purity test kind of thing.
It was like, yeah, it was like a weird purity test, but it also was like, oh, so like what you think I'm doing on here is like talking to other girls or whatever, mm-hmm. you know. And so that was like a weird thing. And like, you know, we ended up like breaking, not over that, but we ended up like breaking up and stuff. And it was fine. But also, ironically enough, when my wife and I, my then girlfriend, now wife, like her and I had met, we kind of did like this, you know, like we met, we were talking long distance and stuff. There's a period of about a year where we were like separated and broke up or whatever. She went through, I won't get into it, but she went through like a traumatic event, and she called me, and I was playing WoW with my cousin at the time this happened. And I remember like, you know, picking up the phone and being like, this is weird. Like Anastasia's calling, there's no reason for her to be calling me, mm-hmm, you know, right mm-hmm. now. Like, why, what does she want? And like my cousin was like, you shouldn't answer it. You know, like, don't answer that. Like, don't give her the quarter or whatever. Like you've moved on, like you're good. Don't do it. But I was like, no, like I'm going to answer this. Mm-hmm. And so I just remember logging out of WoW and answering the phone call, and it turned out she was reaching out to me because I was the only number that she knew, and she needed help, you mm-hmm, know, mm-hmm. and she was going through a very traumatic time. And like, because of that, like her and I reconnected, ended up getting married. Like, had I not answered that call, like, I don't know what direction my life would have gone in, you know, and weirdly, like that also like happened in World of Warcraft. Like that's also like an associative World of Warcraft memory. It's weird, man. Like it's weird to like associate these like major moments in your life with this video game.
Right. I'll tell the main story my wife told me that I think is very funny. Kind of the main reason I wanted her to come on was just to tell the story and have more details. Okay. So for one, she was, whatever guild she was in, the guild leader was also an incognito game master who okay. also ended up like gifting a lot of them like year-long subscriptions for free. Like, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Tosh didn't really have to pay subscription fees to play World of Warcraft. And then she was also saying like, when they would run into like glitches or whatever, they would just tell him, and he just like, okay, hold on, let me log off and get on my game master character or whatever.
That's interesting.
Yeah, okay. It is pretty cool. But the main thing I wanted to tell was that there was this couple that were both in the guild together, and they played WoW together. And I don't know the exact race. I think he was like either a dwarf or like some kind of race that was different than the race that the wife was playing. Like she was playing like a night elf or something, and there was like like they didn't get married in the game because it's like, yeah, we're married in real life and we would get married in the game, but like these characters, like these different races, they would never get married to one another. So she got married in game to another like night elf, or again, whatever race it was. We'll just say night elf. But no, it was fine at first. And her dwarf husband was even attended the wedding, which is already funny to me. Like going to her
dwarf husband is a funny sentence.
Yeah, your dwarf husband attending your in-game wedding to another night elf
wedding.
But like it was like a running joke that was like she was cheating on him or whatever, but it was like meant as a joke among all the other guild members. Yeah. But then somewhere down the line, yes, she divorced him and she did get married in real life to the other night elf that she married in game. So it was like this long thing. It really actually did start with that. I think that is one of the coolest things. That's one of the coolest video game related stories I've ever heard. That's
amazing.
Getting married in game to someone other than your dwarf husband, and then eventually divorcing your dwarf husband to get married in real life to your in-game husband. I think that's incredible.
Okay, this is a story. This reminded me of this awoken something in me. One of the, first of all, it's an amazing story. One of the like kind of interpersonal relationships and like fights that I had to settle down one time. There was this couple, and it was a lesbian couple that was in our guild, and they would often, like, we would quest together, we would raid together, we became pretty good friends. And one of them played a Moonkin druid. And so she would like turn into an owlbear and like she would be doing these like DPS like moonbeam blasts and stuff like this. And the other one was also a druid, but she was like a more like healing type of druid. So they were, it was cute. Like there were these two like kind of druid characters who just kind of like played together all the time. Mm-hmm. And they were cute. They were like nice people. We would talk and vent. One of them had like, I don't know if it was IBS or some kind of like issue. She had to take like bathroom breaks a lot. Mm-hmm. But whenever she took bathroom breaks, she would do this both over text and over voice. She would say BRB bio. So like, okay. She would say bio, like as like, which was always weird to me. Like I have to be right back because I have like a biological thing. Like, need.
Yeah.
Yeah. And one time we were in Vent on voice chat and we were like in the middle of a raid, and I remember she goes like BRB bio, it's an emergency, bio and like she leaves and like yeah. And she left in the middle of the raid, and she was gone for like a long time, and we ended up wiping. We ended up, the whole party was killed in the raid. And when she came back, her wife or girlfriend or whatever was pissed. And like I remember they were like screaming at each other over voice, even though they were in the same house. They lived together. Yeah. But like they were over voice screaming at each other from within the same house. And I remember at the end, and she's like, and by the way, stop saying BRB bio. It's so annoying.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's very good.
Yeah. I remember that.
You know what, though? I think recently I heard or saw in like a Twitch stream or something, someone saying like BRB bio or something like that. Like maybe that's more of a thing than I thought, because I didn't even understand what that meant until you told the story. Now I'm like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, I guess that makes sense, but like just say be right back or whatever. I don't need to know bio.
Dude, yeah, I still think about that all the time. Like that's still like just hearing the screaming match in my head, like I can still remember it like clear as day. And everybody else in the chat was just silent. Mm-hmm. Like we were just like watching this unfold.
Because what are you supposed to do at that point? Like you're listening to a couple argue, a real life couple argue over WoW for some reason. Like it's almost like she wanted everyone else to be there and hear that, so like there's no way you're just railroading the person down to the path that just leads to, by the way, stop saying bio.
Yeah, and there was definitely like an awkward moment. It was like, okay, so like, are we gonna run Nax again, or are we like off for the night?
Yeah, I don't think you can come back from that one, you know.
Yeah, like where do we go from here? And I think we did actually continue. I think we actually did do what we were trying to do. So yeah, anyway, there's a little WoW story for you.
Do we want to take this moment to play a Solo's voicemail, since he has specific things he wants to talk about?
Yeah, sure. Let's play his voicemail. Let's hear from Solo.
Hey, this is Solo, or Eston. I was calling in the message about my World of Warcraft experiences. I played it for like 13 years. I came in right on the tail end of the release of Burning Crusade, so I didn't get any raiding done. My gear score wasn't high enough, but got full in on Lich King expansion. I want to say some of my fond memories. I have a lot of memories in this game, a lot of emotional connections still to this game to this day. I identify a lot with it as far as being a gamer, and nourishing my, let's say, fan base for RPGs, and for getting into like, EVE content as far as in groups with people. One I have is just whenever I would, first started out and got into it and got my gear score up, did my first like raid, in a guild. Guild was called Team Moon. We did, Nax, for short, and being able to stay up late, till like 1:30, 2 in the morning. I kept going over some of the bosses, and just a real fun experience. There was no Discord at that time. I can't even remember even the stuff that they, called it, at that time, the chat channel, but just chatting away with people where we kind of worked through strategically through each boss, popped the achievement for the, safety dance. I still remember the tank at that time. If you're out there listening, Natari, still love it to this day. He was a druid tank. Another tank we had, I learned a lot of tanking from, Mad Attack. He was like a pally, and fun times learning all that. And that's what ran through a lot of raids with Team Moon. Really built up my interaction online with people as far as in parties, and real cohesive, fun times. And somebody would play electronic dance music at night, sometimes through the channel in the background, so that ambiance. Second great memory I have as far as another kind of party it up was doing PvE and getting together and going through like Alturic Valley and Warsong Gulch. I can still remember hearing those horns for Warsong Gulch for capturing the flag. Real fun times. I was doing more of a huntard, so shooting those flares to expose those rogues. Real fun time as far as just joining up with people again and just working toward the same task, and just really like it was a very sociable game. I never had any toxicity too much as far as in the actual guilds that I was in toward me or anything, so it was a lot of fond memories. So I could go on, but I know this is time limited. I could talk for hours. Love this game and the culture and brought it into my life, and still love connecting with people about it. Thank y'all.
What a voicemail, dude. Thank you for that, Solo.
Yeah, thank you. It's funny, on the last episode, when we ended it, I wanted to say, hey, if you have any stories about World of Warcraft, send them in, because it'd be the perfect time for it. And then I just forgot. So we did it in the Discord, and you tagged Solo, and he sent that in. Yeah, it's funny. I keep coming back to with this game, again, as someone that never played it, but like everyone talks about the relationships formed in this game. And like, I love specifically shouting out your guild members, like just hearing the word.
I love that so much.
Hearing the words like shout outs like Mad Attack. Like, I love that so much.
Yeah, I remember like specific people. There was a Tauren warrior that was very prolific in our guild. He was like the go-to protection warrior in our guild. His name was Legendary, but like it was Dairy like Dairy, because Taurens are like these like bull type race, and like there are certain they're just ingrained in your head, man. Like you remember these people, and yeah, like I love like hyper specific things like that. And he talked about like learning the ropes from people, and like playing as his hunter character. He remembers like his old guild, and it was funny. I just mentioned Nax, and then he shouted out Nax. Nax is Nex Ramus. It's a raid that has like it's like a 25-man raid, I think, and there's like there's like several different wings, and it's a big deal, or it was a big deal. I don't know if it still is, but anyway, yeah, I love that. Like I could listen to that kind of stuff all day.
Right. Yeah, like I said, that was why I wanted my wife to come on. I'm really regret just the dumb timing of all this. It's been a really busy week over here for us.
Yeah.
It's just been it's not been great. So I know she would have at least a few more stories, but yeah, I didn't have time to ask for all of them, and some of this stuff just comes up naturally in conversation that you would maybe forget about. Did you have any other like specific stories of any kind, either the gameplay related or like people related?
Oh man, there's so many. We could probably, because the next break that we have is for Wrath of the Lich King as well.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we could transition into talking about Wrath, and there are some other stories related to Wrath that I could share.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. We've kind of broken out. The next section was meant to be like the impact of WoW outside of gaming, but yeah, I think that also makes sense to talk Lich King specific stuff as well as the impact of WoW outside gaming. So you want to go on the next break then?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. For our next break, we've got Grizzly Hills, composed by Russell Brower, and Artist My Son, composed by Neil Acree. I'll give you all the heads up that Grizzly Hills is very long, and we had talked about like maybe just shortening it, but the problem with that is I just want you to hear the whole song of any song that we play on here. We're playing the whole damn song. It's going to be fine. It's like 6 minutes. It's not even that long. But so again, that is Grizzly Hills and Artist My Son, and we will be back. And that was Grizzly Hills by Russell Brower and Artist My Son by Neil Acree. Grizzly Hills, first of all, I really, really like it. Like my second or third favorite of these songs that you linked. Though again, originally I wasn't planning on including it because of like just the length of it. This is the first time in the show's history that I've gotten any kind of pushback from you about like an inclusion or not an inclusion. It was like, no, this is happening. Grizzly Hills.
Yeah, if we have to like make cuts to, I understand it's long, but this is like one of my favorite songs ever. Mm-hmm. This is by far my favorite song in the game, but also just one of my favorite songs, period. I love this song so much. Like, it gets me emotional like instantly. I remember coming to that zone in the game for the first time, and Wrath of the Lich King was a really special moment. I talked about how big and epic Burning Crusade felt. Wrath of the Lich King is like Avengers Endgame is the closest comparison like I can point to for it. Like it felt like that culminative moment of like finally, like we've heard about Arthas, we've seen like the impact that Arthas and the Lich King has like had on this world. Like finally we get to go to Northrend, this like frozen area that's steeped in all of this like history and culture and stuff, and we get to go to like Icecrown Citadel and take this dude out and like finally put an end to the Lich King's reign. And you learn throughout the course of that actually like you kind of can't kill the Lich King, but you can do your best anyway to it's almost like a Darth Vader. Like he's basically the Darth Vader or the Anakin Skywalker of WoW, of the Warcraft universe. He's like the king that the heir to the throne that was corrupted and like ended up causing like a mass genocide essentially. And yeah, like now he's this big bad evil guy that you have to take down and actually kind of redeem and save. And the cutscene that plays when you finally take down Arthas, it's so beautiful because he's kind of like he's met by the ghost of like his father who he killed, in Warcraft 3. And I don't know, it's such a like just a big epic culminative moment. And you have all these emotions coming into Wrath of the Lich King, but then you get to this zone like Grizzly Hills, which is this place that is just kind of untouched. Like every time a new expansion would come out, the sort of justification of the Horde or the Alliance going there is they have to come into this new space and set up like garrisons and stuff because it's called Warcraft for a reason. These are people at war. And so they have to come into these new zones and kind of set up camps and garrisons and little cities and stuff. When you get to Grizzly Hills, like it feels like just sheer nature, mountains, massive like redwood trees, and then you hear this song which is like this, it just tonally stands out. It's so gentle, it's so Swedish specifically. It's so unique, like and the song has this real like sense of longing to it, of like a world that almost doesn't want to let go. Like, yes, we're here for this reason and like we have to kind of do what is necessary, but almost like look at what we're having to do to get there. It feels, I don't know, like there's a sense of attachment to it, which also mirrors the emotions of the players of the game who feel an attachment to the world and know that someday it does all have to end, and someday you do log out for the last time and you never talk to your friends again, and so I think about all that stuff when I hear this song. And this song in particular, I wanted to shout out the performer of this song who plays this Swedish instrument called the nyckelharpa. Her name is, and I'm going to butcher this name, so I'm very sorry. I think it's Kasia Ekstav, who's a Swedish performer who plays this instrument. And I was watching an interview with her, and because this is just, this is widely considered to be one of the best songs in the game's history, still to this day. Somebody tracked her down and interviewed her, and she talked about how she was in LA visiting friends, and she had played in a symphony orchestra. She had played nyckelharpa in a symphony orchestra in LA, and she was just visiting friends, and she was like on vacation, and she got a call from Blizzard, and she actually let it go to voicemail. She was like, I'm on vacation, I don't need to talk to these people.
Sure.
And then like her friends were like, you need to call them back. Like, this is a big deal. And actually, like, she was contacted by probably one of the people that we mentioned earlier in the show. And they explained, like, they sent her like a follow-up email, like, hey, I work on this big video game, and we work with like Disney and stuff like this. And she's like, oh yeah, this is a big deal, I should call them back. And they saw her performance, and like, they were so impressed, they wanted to have her work on this soundtrack for this area in the game in particular. And the really interesting thing about this is she plays nyckelharpa, which is a string instrument like a violin or a fiddle or something like that. But it also has like keys on it. So you can hear her pressing on the keys in the song itself. But she plays nyckelharpa with a very short bow, the thing that you like slide across the strings when you're playing a fiddle or a violin or whatever. Her bow is short because she's Swedish, and a lot of like Swedish music is very kind of like, single note, like very fast, kind of music. So she's used to playing it that way, but they were envisioning the song originally to have like very long, drawn out notes. But she's like, hey, like, that's not the kind of music I play. Like, I play differently. I play more Swedish music. So like, what you're hearing is essentially her improvising this song. And she basically had to like compose the song on the fly because her bow was too short to do what they initially had in mind for her to do. So really cool. Like, literally the length of her bow determined what ended up becoming like the best song in the entire game. It was really cool to hear about.
Yeah, that is really, really cool. I mean, yeah, it's interesting from a story standpoint hearing you talk about like, yeah, you're coming to this new area, but then like it's going to be turned into like a garrison area again from a story standpoint. Cause yeah, like the strings sound so sad and gentle in the beginning. And then as it goes, like by a minute in, the strings already sound like more forceful than they did at the beginning. Which I noticed that again. I didn't have the context from like a story or gameplay standpoint, so hearing that is pretty interesting. Yeah, the main note I had about this song was just like that transition around like halfway from like instruments to then just like gentle flowing river noise, and then to new instruments and like even vocals coming in at 3:45. Like, yeah, that blew me away. That like I rewound that part multiple times because I was just like, damn, like you don't hear that very often.
It just like, I get, I'm getting emotional even now just thinking about like how special that time was and how good like that area of the game was, and how, when you're playing World of Warcraft, like you're in an area and you're like, cool, this is maybe really pretty, or this is like, a cool piece of music that really tonally fits the area of the game, but you don't often have something that captures like everything that is special about this game in like one zone with one song. Like it just nails it. Like if I were to ever show anybody anything from World of Warcraft, it would be Grizzly Hills, and it's not even like visually the coolest part of the game at all. It just looks like it looks like, Sweden or something like that. It looks like an icy, foresty place, but like there's something about it, man. Like there's something really precious about that. And yeah, like, you think about what the cost of war is. We had to come into this place and you see like logs, and we had to cut trees down, and we had to do this and that. We had to encroach upon, the people that are there. And, we had to do this for the greater good, but we did still have to do it. And, I don't know, and I just, it's impossible not to like invoke those memories of like the people that you played that game with, and the memories that you shared at the heights. Like everybody was never more locked in than this. than World of Warcraft, dude. I remember that midnight launch. We got home, we had pizza rolls and Barks root beer and like cookies, and like we just ate junk food and played World of Warcraft like, you know, it somehow impossibly more hardcore than we ever had before. There was nothing like it. And, you know, obviously we've all grown up, and, you know, and your life changes, and I wouldn't go back to that. But it's a very precious part of like my history with both video games and life in general. And, this song makes me think of all of that. And Wrath of the Lich King in general makes me think of all of that.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about it at some point. I mean, we kind of have already addressed it. Like Jim, it sounds like, stopped playing in Cataclysm. My wife stopped playing in Cataclysm. But like, yeah, the vast majority of people I know that played WoW, if they were like, even if they were, as you say, like seriously locked in, they weren't, after Lich King, they didn't seem that locked in anymore. And I find that very interesting, especially because it happened so early on in the game's lifespan, relatively speaking.
Yeah, it's like and that's for a few reasons. I think it's like, where do you go from here? You know, like how do you get better than this? in some ways, like, you know, this is like so epic. This like, you know, the culmination of everything that's happened in the story, the finishing up of Arthas's storyline, which has been going on since Warcraft 3. You know, like that kind of book finally closing. They added the Death Knight class to the game, which was a hero class, which is you had to have a max level character already, and you could make a Death Knight, and it started at like level 55. And like it was really interesting. Like they didn't add new races to the game, but they added this new interesting class. And then like that was interesting because when you made a Death Knight, you were there where the Lich King is posted up. You're taking quests and like talking to Arthas, you know, and like eventually you break free from his like control and stuff like this. But it like that, it was almost like showing like the perspective of the enemies, of like the bad guy.
Yeah. That's actually really cool. I had no idea. That reminds me of like, not that I've played Witcher 3 very much, but like how, you know, with, was that Blood and Wine, is that DLC for Witcher 3 that's like really well regarded, and like if you're not leveled, they just let you, they give you a leveled Geralt so you can experience that DLC. That's almost kind of what that sounds like. It's almost like a new game plus or something for an MMO of like, oh yeah, here's this new class and you get to experience a different side of the story that you just completed on your main character or whatever. That's actually really, really cool.
It's neat, yeah, and like it was a unique vibe. It reminds me of like Halo 2, like in Halo 2, like you see the Covenant's perspective like right away, and like you're playing as the bad guys in some way, and I don't know, like for a game like World of Warcraft to like try to say something like that was kind of cool and interesting. It was a very like, yeah, just unique vibe. Like that expansion was just so peak. Like they're just. And the dungeons were so good, and like you had things like Caverns of Time. Like it really kind of like understood and celebrated the history of this universe. Caverns of Time, like every kind of leg of that had you like experiencing like a piece of Warcraft history from like way before the time of World of Warcraft and stuff, and like being actively involved in it. So cool. Like there's just, it did so many cool and neat things, and it didn't like. Northrend as an area is inherently not as interesting as Outland. You know, like it's not. Like Outland is this cool, varied, alien like dimension, and then Northrend is kind of just like Viking land, you know. But it was still like everybody was so like connected over that area, and like I remember I was showing y'all my polar bear mount when we were playing, and I logged in every day for like almost a year doing a daily quest to get this stupid polar bear mount, and like it was like little stuff like that. Like you wanted to spend as much time there as possible, and it was almost like an excuse to do that. You know, and I don't know, like that was just the most, like that was like the height of it. And so coming into Cataclysm did not add new landmass to the game. It did end up adding like underwater zones, which were cool. But the big gimmick with that was Deathwing, this big dragon named, yes, Deathwing, like ravaged the land and changed like the world that was already there, essentially. And it was cool. Like it was like a neat vibe and whatever. It added new races again, the Goblin and the Worgen. And I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit later, but like it felt the way that Avengers Endgame felt like a good jumping off point for Marvel people, like myself kind of included. I really haven't cared that much about Marvel since then. Wrath of the Lich King almost felt like it was like a trilogy. It was like vanilla Burning Crusade and Wrath. It was like, there's the trilogy of games. There's the story. There's also mechanical things that they did with Cataclysm that I didn't like. They completely changed the talent system. And, like I was playing a rogue and rogues got hit the hardest with that.
Right.
Literally the specialization of my character like didn't exist for years in the game. So it was stuff like that really kind of alienated me and like took me away from the game. But, yeah, like Wrath was peak and like pretty much anybody that you ask that played this game will tell you that Wrath was peak. It's like a universal understanding.
It's interesting from my perspective, again, as an outsider, because when I think of Warcraft, I just assume the vast majority of people are just there for WoW. And, obviously from like a mainstream popularity perspective, yeah, that is true. But both the players of WoW, especially the early players that like a lot of them played at least Warcraft 3, if not Warcraft 1 and 2 also. And then to hear you talk about how I didn't realize how much of a direct sequel to Warcraft 3 the story of WoW was.
Yes.
I find that very, very fascinating for a few reasons, mostly because they did make a live action Warcraft movie. I've never seen it. I've heard mixed things sort of, but I
liked it.
I was about to say, I feel like from fans who have played more than just WoW, I feel like people really liked it. Because from a lot of people that only played WoW, I feel like all I was hearing was like, they should just told the story of the Lich King. Like they should just make that a movie. But like for one, who's to say that isn't what they were going to do if that movie had been more successful? Again, I've not seen it, so I can't say like where the story is set and blah, blah, blah. But it's cool that Blizzard even back then, like WoW, despite its runaway success, it was still viewed as a sequel to Warcraft 3 as opposed to just like its own thing, if that makes sense. And like you showed me in vanilla WoW, like muting the music in that throne room, and that you could hear the cutscene dialogue of Artis and his father from Warcraft 3. Like that's really damn cool. Like that's a super cool detail that also the vast majority of people would either miss or not care about, So I appreciate that. I appreciate that it's like, it isn't just WoW, despite WoW being like what propelled Warcraft to the heights that it reached. They still care a lot about the story that got you to World of Warcraft. I think that's really, really neat.
Mm-hmm. And like the feeling that world keeps going on and has kept going on, like even now, it's totally different now than when I last played it. Like that world continues. And the other song that we that we mentioned that we did on our break, Arthas My Son, is a good example of what we're talking about, because this is almost a sequel to a song from Warcraft 3's Frozen Throne expansion, which is also very Arthas focused. It borrows a lot of lyrics from a song that plays in that game called O Thanagor, which I think is like the Alliance common version of saying like, "Oh, my king," essentially. And it's a song about Arthas, and it's a song about his like fall from grace and stuff, like we kind of talked about. That song is like, it's like goosebumps every time. Like it's like so perfectly performed. Like the vocals are so clean, the choir is perfect, the composition of it is perfect. Like it's epic, it's sad, it's like everything that it needs to be. And yeah, it's also like getting payoff from Warcraft 3 and like the stuff that went on, seeing Arthas's fall and his corruption, and seeing that paid off years later in Wrath of the Lich King. And like I got goosebumps just thinking about it now. Like seeing like Arthas's father like holding him in his arms, despite the fact that Arthas killed him and betrayed him and permanently corrupted the entire world. Like he still just loved his son, and it's so good.
Yeah. And again, without any of that context, like I still got goosebumps listening to this song. Like those damn child vocals, man. Anytime there's like child vocals, it's very good to me. Also, like the song in general just kind of reminded me of like a Bloodborne boss fight, like totally. a dark beast parl theme or something like that. This, I feel like I've heard this song before. I'm 99% sure like I have heard this specific song. If I've heard any World of Warcraft song, it's this one. And I get it from like an epic perspective. Also, despite never playing it, a lot of my online friends did play WoW. I talked about my Dragon Ball Onslaught fan-made MMO days, and one of the other admins in there, like his name or his key or whatever was named like the Lich King, some numbers added on at the end or whatever. Like like I was around a lot of people who like would have conveyed to me how cool this was. So I definitely heard the song at some point because it sounded familiar. But yeah, also a lot of YouTube comments were like quoting the scene. It must have been his ghost father talking about like the day you were born, like the trees whispered your name or whatever. Like so, like basically every other comment on multiple versions of this on YouTube, we're just quoting that line.
Yeah, man. It's like it just never. And there's some other Mists of Pandaria. It's like cool, like there's pandas now, and like it's kind of.
I want to ask about that. Okay, I saw one comment. I don't remember on what video or what song it was for, but it was someone talking about like people like started shitting on WoW. That like they were there day one and played through Lich King, and then were disappointed with Cataclysm, and then they were kind of dunking on Pandaria. And I do remember Pandaria coming out was the last time I really heard a lot about World of Warcraft until now. And people were mad. I remember people were real mad, like, what is this? Like, why are there pandas? But to be fair, I think that was the most I've ever been tempted to play World of Warcraft, because I really like the idea of anthropomorphic pandas. But anyway, this YouTube comment was talking about how, looking back 10 years ago, this person at least was saying, besides Lich King, he was saying the Pandaria content was his favorite from a story perspective, and that it was actually a lot darker than like what they've done since, and talking about like parents being murdered in front of children and all this stuff. But like what were people's reactions to Pandaria at the time? Like, am I right? Were people just pissed?
Well, yeah, there was a lot of that because it's impossible not to make like the Kung Fu Panda comparisons, right? Mm-hmm. And like the Pandaren were kind of like it was a joke race, It was like you would find these like Pandaren like brew masters, and it's like it's like the drunken master sort of thing, and it's not meant to be taken seriously. Just kind of like, isn't it funny that there's this like badass drunk panda dude, And like, it's like a lot of people didn't take it seriously for that reason. But then you look at Pandaria like as a place, and the art is so beautiful, and the music is really good from that expansion too. It's very, it's got a lot of those like Chinese, kind of influences to it. Like they came correct. Like they did what they needed to do. From a story perspective, it's cool because the Pandaren are a playable race. The cool thing about them is you level through the entire starting zone not affiliated with the Horde or the Alliance.
Ooh,
you
that's
actually
cool.
choose. You end up having to choose who you want to side with at the end of it. Because the Pandaren kind of involve themselves in the ongoing conflict as a race that has kind of like stayed on the fringes of it. They at a certain point have decided, no, we should get involved. And so you as the player get to choose where you want to go, but you start off like not knowing, and that's really cool. Like that's a really neat and unique idea. It's a cool expansion, and some of the some of the classes and this like monk kind of class that you can do with it and the different specializations, it's neat. Like, it's maybe underrated in the grand scheme of things. And I played it and like I enjoyed it. Like I said, I came back and played it with my cousin, but at the same time, right? Like when you just came off of Wrath and even Cataclysm, which, hey, this giant dragon named Deathwing just like ravaged the whole world. Going from that to what people can very easily write off as like Kung Fu Panda, I think a lot of people didn't vibe with that as much. And there's also something to be said about, some inherent racism maybe that came into that too, especially in that time. In that sort of like mid to late 2000s, people were very weird about Asian culture in particular. Don't go back and watch like X-Play because you're going to see a lot of that.
For multiple reasons, but also that,
yeah. And so I think maybe that had something to do with it too, where, people now are, there's like the whole, people watch anime and play, Japanese games and stuff like this, but that was not as much a thing even just like 10 years ago,
Definitely, yeah.
So,
yeah, as someone whose favorite Final Fantasy VI character is Morogh, like, I like when there's like little animal dudes, or I guess in this case, big animal dudes, like running around alongside like more traditional things. So, from my perspective, I always was most curious about Pandoria stuff. So it's good to know that, like, it seems like the tides, it took a decade, but the tides have turned and now people are okay with Mists of Pandoria after a rocky launch in 2012. Did you have any other specific stories around Wrath of Lich King, either lore stuff or, again, personal goofy goober stuff?
No, the big ones we sort of touched on, and really I just wanted to convey like the emotions around that expansion and like and kind of like what it meant at the time and how precious like Wrath was to so many of us, and how like it was the peak and it was kind of all downhill from there. And it's almost like, it's almost too bad because like I think that for the most part they've probably kept up a fairly consistent level of quality with these, but it just like vanilla Burning Crusade and Wrath was like so good, like everything else was gonna pale in comparison,
right?
So good stuff.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. For this like last WoW focused section, I figured we'd talk about a bit about the impact of WoW outside of gaming, because if anything, I feel like this is the real legacy of WoW. I think besides like Red versus Blue, I think this is the first time I ever really saw like machinima at large. If anyone isn't aware, machinima is when you use like in-game like graphics, like you basically film stuff in game to tell a story, and like obviously editing is still happening, but like besides Red versus Blue within Halo, this is like the first time I really remember seeing that. I guess that said, you want to start with this Code Monkey thing, which I had never heard of since this is machinima.
Yeah, so there was Spiff World was a machinima company. I think at one point they might have even been like bought by a machinima when machinima was still, because like there was an actual like brand like machinima.com that ended up buying like Red versus Blue, and I think Spiff World, they would do World of Warcraft music videos set to Jonathan Coulton songs. And one of them, maybe the most famous one, they did one for like a lot of them, like the Future Soon has one, Re Your Brains has one. Code Monkey though I think was the most popular one, for a couple of reasons. First of all, the music video is just kind of funny because they had like a gorilla character model, one of those like Ungoro crater gorillas, like in a office or whatever, trying to flirt with like his office girl and, get her soda or something like that. Just kind of like a stupid, funny little music video. At the same time, that song became popular enough. There was a show on G4 called Code Monkeys.
I had no idea.
I remember this. It was like an animated series about whatever, and it probably sucks. I think I watched maybe an episode or something, but it was because of that song. Like that was like the theme song of the show, was that song.
Around what year was this specific video made, if you know?
Dude, I remember when I sent you the link to that video, I think it said like 18 years ago or something like that.
Okay.
Well, because oh my God.
The reason I ask is because also, like that's like peak popularity of The Office too, which, the first 3 seasons of The American Office are just like the main storyline crux is Jim and Pam and will they won't they stuff, and I also like that. It was the immediate thing. I mean, Jim isn't a coder, but it's still basically the same concept. There was a lot of stuff when you sent this. I had no idea what it was. I'm like, okay, he's sending me this video called Code Monkey, and I see the preview image is just like this low poly gorilla. So honestly, I never heard anything Jonathan Coulton besides Still Alive or anything. He did a couple Portal related things, right? Like
he did both Still Alive and Want You Gone from Portal 2. Yeah.
And that makes sense. And like that's I for whatever reason I just had never thought to look up any of his other stuff. To be fair, in the same way I'm not super into musicals, I'm also not super into music as a form of comedy. It's just not it's generally not my bag, but I think this is pretty good for what it was, because it also lyrically it is from the perspective of an actual monkey, so he's speaking in like stilted English. I mean, he's still singing like normal, but the actual words are coming out like broken because it's like he's an actual code monkey, a literal code monkey, I guess. That said, that it also reminded me of maybe my all-time favorite gimmick Twitter account, which was Milk Ape, which, do you know, there's like these, I assume it's like you make cocoa with it. Like it's like chocolate chunks, like big chocolate things, but they're shaped, they're shaped like animals or whatever. And so there's this Twitter account that like role played as a gorilla, and the profile picture was of a chocolate gorilla. And it's like, and you see it being put into the hot milk, and then it's like slowly melting, and then the milk is turning brown into chocolate milk or cocoa or whatever. Milk Ape was awesome. There was a whole like lore and fan base built around Milk Ape. I mean, Milk Ape is still around. It's just, Twitter being kind of dead at this point, unless you're a racist, has meant like even cool accounts don't post there as much anymore. Milk Ape used to stream sometimes, usually Minecraft, and the way they would get around the idea that they're role playing as a gorilla, but they're not actually a gorilla, is that they had like a robo voice changer thing, and so they spoke into it with like broken gorilla English, and it was supposed to be like the robot voice is like translating the gorilla speech. Milk Ape was awesome. I wish Milk Ape still streamed. I fell asleep to his robot voice going, like he'd be playing Minecraft and saying like banal things, but in a gorilla voice. Then all of a sudden he'd be being attacked by like a dragon or something. He'd be like, arr, 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 arr. And it also sounds like a robot. I fell asleep to a lot of that, which maybe explains why I don't sleep anymore. I don't deserve to sleep after that.
That's amazing. Yeah, I was unfamiliar with Milk Ape, but that's pretty good. It's funny. There was certainly like there was a moment there with with WoW and like kind of the external things like Jinx and like Jinx.com, like WoW merchandise, and like we were talking about that a little bit while we were streaming, like just some of that. And Jonathan Coulton was like a total relic of that time, like sort of like like nerd culture kind of becoming more, I guess, in vogue or something. Like, oh my, like, I like there was definitely a time in my life where like I would have shirts that would say like I'd rather be raiding or something,
right?
Or, like, I went AFK for this, stuff like that. Like just some dorkies. I definitely had a shirt at one point that was like, look at me still talking when there's science to do, and it had like the cake is a lie on it, you know what I mean? Like So like Jonathan Colton was kind of like the he was kind of like the steward of that whole thing, and it's like, oh, look at this dude who's singing about like, yeah, being a code monkey in an office and just wanting to win the favor of a pretty girl in the office or whatever. It was like nerd anthems, or something. And so that was a huge like part of like WoW culture coming out of that.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I have Leroy Jenkins written down here. I mean, there's not much reason for us like in depth talk about Leroy Jenkins, but it's just a very famous internet video of this guild prepping to go on a raid, a very infamously hard raid or whatever, and the one person like comes back from AFK and then like interrupts them talking to say, all right, chums, let's do this, and then yells Leroy Jenkins as he's running into the raid. They all wipe and then they blame him or whatever. Later came out that it was staged.
Right.
There's not much to talk about beyond the fact that like this went viral in like the days where like going viral actually like meant something. Like it was right. This was huge. Like, again, I've never played WoW. I think this is the first like footage of in-game WoW I'd ever seen was the Leroy Jenkins video.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like this kind of it's in a Upper Blackrock Spire, and it's in this like zone of the game that has all these like eggs, like these unhatched dragon eggs, and you're supposed to like gingerly make your way around them, and he just rushes in and hatches them all and gets everybody killed, right? And it's also a funny thing to shout, and like the way he says it, he's like Leroy Jenkins, you know. It's like a whole thing, and like it's almost manufactured. Like that almost couldn't help but become viral.
Right. It's also the thing that always set me off about it, and why I'm not trying to be a Leroy Jenkins truther over here, but even without knowing anything about WoW, I could never get over the fact that when they're talking and they're planning the raid, that one of the people's like, we have about a 33.333 repeating, of course, chance of success. I was like, no, like even the most nerdy nerd doesn't talk like that. Like it just, again, the video is funny for what it is. I mean, I don't know if people would think it was funny now, but like back in 2005 or whatever, you couldn't find much funnier on the internet than the Leroy Jenkins video.
Well, and the cool thing too is that like Blizzard was so like, aware of this, obviously, they put him in the game. Like Leroy Jenkins, not only is Leroy Jenkins in the game, you can recruit him as like when they added garrisons and stuff to the game, you could recruit him as an NPC for your garrison. His body is now, and I'm sure still to this day, if you go to that area in Upper Blackrock Spire, you'll see Leroy Jenkins's body there.
Something about like his body still remains to this day.
Yeah. And he's a card in Hearthstone. There's a Leroy Jenkins card in Hearthstone.
That that kind of stuff could come across as very like, I don't know, cloying or whatever, self-indulgent, but like that all sounds good. That sounds like the right level of let's honor this dumb viral thing from 20 years ago thing. Like,
there's a lot of stuff like that in WoW.
Yeah, I know that is like a big thing of them honoring like the community, and like a lot of NPCs are named after developers and other whatevers. Like it's cool. Like with how big the game is, it doesn't seem weird in a fantasy world that like there are just so many characters in it that like seeing a character named Leroy Jenkins isn't that weird. And also, regardless of anything else, regardless of the manufactured nature of the video, I do think Leroy Jenkins is a really good and really funny name.
Yeah. Well, it's I don't know if this is the time to bring up Peacecraft.
Let's do it. I think I will say I didn't finish the whole thing. I watched episode 6 last night, but this is very good.
Peacecraft is a series that Polygon did. I think this is around Cataclysm time, or maybe Pandaria time. It was kind of around that era of WoW, where Griffin McElroy essentially was trying to do like a pacifist run. Like, can I do like a sort of like lap around the World of Warcraft, go from the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor and basically just do a giant circle on foot, without killing anybody. And sort of like then little challenges are kind of created of like, how do I get experience without killing people or doing quests or whatever. So you have to do things like get experience from your skills, like picking flowers and mining and stuff and discovering locations. And it ends up just becoming like, the reason I sent it to you is because like it ends up becoming like a great distillation of like the communal aspect of WoW, because as the series became popular, people started to like help him, and like, you know, like a whole guild was created, and he like had this whole posse around him, and like the places the series goes is really funny, and like the very clearly unscripted things that happen are just really like evocative of what was cool about WoW at the time. And going back to the whole tribute thing, there's a event now in WoW called the Great Nomergon Run, which is like a foot race. And Randy Griffin's character like is immortalized in that, like he's waiting for you at the finish line.
That's cute.
Like clapping.
That's very, very
which is
cute.
Very cute. Yeah.
The whole series is just very cute in general. For one, I get a real big kick out of like all the different people sending him mail, including
Randy's Fandies.
Yeah, Randy's Fandies. And then also that some of them are like somewhat antagonistic. I mean, it's as a joke, it's a bit, but like you've got like bad Randy sending him knives to try and tempt him into killing things. I think my favorite one, I have it written down here, it's Ein Randy, that is just sending copied and pasted like segments from the Fountainhead over, which
very good.
I had to pause whichever episode that was. I had to pause it because I was laughing so hard. And then yeah, my favorite quote from the whole thing, at least from I've seen like half of it, but my favorite quote from what I've watched is, "Let's go sell my pants and learn how to plant flowers."
Yeah, it's funny, man. It just like there's something so like it's like a weird social experiment that just really like accentuates everything good and bad about World of Warcraft in some ways. And he like it's very important that he played on a PvP server. And like he created these little like goals and challenges for himself where he's playing as a gnome character. So eventually they do a raid on the Undercity and he just wants to like kiss Sylvanas like in the heart of the Undercity. And there's a moment, like I think 2 episodes in the show where he feels he's like I think like the power has like gone to my head. I need to go back to my roots, and he makes like another character that people don't know about. And yeah, it's really good. I just love, people should check out Peacecraft. Like if any of that sounds good to you, it's just fun and funny and kind of wholesome.
Yeah, and you don't need like the content. You don't need to know anything about like World of Warcraft. I don't think you even really need to know that much about video games in general to like enjoy it. It's very fun. Like despite not finishing it in time, I will definitely watch the rest of it probably this weekend at some point. In terms of other internet series cropping up around this time, I had to shout out Pure Ownage. Like, is this the OG, like, even though it wasn't on YouTube originally, like, is this the original, like, YouTube series? Like, if you don't know Pure Ownage, it's about this, like, fictional character Jeremy, who he's a gamer. He's mostly playing like RTS stuff. He's got Uber Micro is what it's called, I think. And it starts off as like it's meant to be this like documentary, this faux documentary about this character Jeremy, and he has like very unique like dialect, because the idea was he grew up and he played so many games that like he learned how to talk on the internet. So like, again, it's been way too long since I've watched any of it, so I can't remember super specifics or whatever, but like he does talk in a weird way that's very interesting. It was performed, I forget his name, but he's a comedian, a stand-up comedian, and he genuinely plays a lot of games in real life, so he was kind of modeling Jeremy's speech after what he thought someone that was raised on too much internet would sound like, which is also interesting because we now have like a generation of people that were raised on the internet. But that didn't exist in 2004 or whatever. The reason I bring it up for one, it was very, very well known at the time. This is where like FPS Doug and his screaming boom headshot, like that, that became viral back then. A lot of moments became viral with the show, but again, it started off as like a fake faux documentary. It eventually became like a fictionalized story they were telling, and it gets into all kinds of weird stuff of like this weird like cabal of like dark gamers and all this other stuff that we won't get into. But around like episode 5 or 6, I think Jeremy meets this woman who's really into WoW, and he's interested in her. Again, I don't remember all the exact details, but he starts playing WoW because of her, even though it's not usually the game he likes. He explains it as he usually likes playing skill-based games. He doesn't like playing games where like, your character gets better because he wants to feel like he's getting better at the game himself. But yeah, they tell this whole love story of like him growing attached to this woman through WoW and their relationship evolving. But then because he's such like an internet gamer head that he gets addicted to it in a huge way, and then it turns into like this big intervention story. Anyway, we don't need to talk about that much. I just wanted to shout it out because, for one, pure ownage to me is like that is the definition of like mid 2000s internet culture, especially gamer culture. And also, they were telling stories built around like people getting addicted to World of Warcraft pretty early on in the lifespan of World of Warcraft, and it's interesting. They even had a whole song, like they paid someone to make a song. I think it was called like World of Warcraft is a Feeling. And it's like telling the story of him getting into World of Warcraft from his perspective.
Who needs a social life? Strap and Skolo, and you'll be RS. You just dropped my valor health. How could I roll a 6? Grats to my guildmate, but I can't believe this shit.
Best game I've ever played. This is the greatest game. World of Warcraft, you're the greatest game.
They were going pretty extra, like it, pure ownage for whatever it is now. I have no interest in watching it now, but they were pretty ahead of their time for when the show was coming out.
Yeah, I remember seeing like a few episodes of it, but I wasn't like super tuned into it. Like I didn't like get way into it or anything.
This is even more shocking to me than the sea shanties thing. That's wild to hear that you did not watch pure ownage.
Well, I was really into, there was a machinima series called Dude, Where's My Mount that I was really into. That was kind of around the same time. And then The Guild, I was really into The Guild. Felicia Day's show, which is where she kind of like rose to fame from. I was way into The Guild. And yeah, I don't know, again, I was aware of it. In fact, there was there was a pretty big guild named after pure ownage on our server, so I was aware of it. But I did not. I've never like seen every episode or anything. I've maybe seen like a handful of episodes of it.
Yeah, I watched the whole like first season, as they were calling it, and then like a bunch of stuff on the outside happened. Like they were like a Canadian TV company was trying to get them to make a TV show version of it, and then one of like the main characters, like their actor passed away in real life or something, so like the show just kind of like fell off at that point due to all these outside circumstances. But there's a part of me that does want to try and watch it now, but I don't think it would go over well. Maybe I'll save it for another like 30 years and then come back to it.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot of like stuff that kind of I guess like outside like you know, like larger impact things. We would be remiss not to talk about the South Park episode Make Love Not Warcraft.
We have to, especially because I don't like it very much.
Oh really? Yeah, it's like definitely one of the like biggest, like in terms of marketing. Like, dude, I know so many people that got into WoW because of that episode. Like that episode, the release of it was perfect because if I remember right, it came out maybe like a month or two before Burning Crusade did.
Okay.
So like the timing of it was such, they had just introduced like free trials where you could like, level up to level 20 or whatever on a free trial. And they introduced the recruit a friend system around this same time. So if you had a friend that played WoW, you guys could like play the game together and get double experience as long as you were playing together.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then you would get, I think there was maybe an exclusive mount if you both hit level 60 or something like that. You would each get like an exclusive mount or something. So they introduced all of this around the same time that this South Park episode happened. And, like it just like exploded. Like I don't know how many new players that episode got into the game, but like as a cross marketing thing, it was kind of genius. And again, it was all in the lead up to Burning Crusade, so you just have baked in like an even larger baked in player base before your first big expansion,
Yeah, it's also worth noting because like a lot of the episode, most of the episode was filmed inside of WoW. Like it was a more higher budget form of machinima. If I remember correctly, like Blizzard developers like helped them film the episode. If I remember correctly,
they had to.
Here's my problem with the episode, and also this kind of started making me think like Matt Parker and Trey Stone were like not as intelligent as I thought they were as a teenager.
Oh, sure.
And now I definitely don't have much high of an opinion of them.
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
The problem is, even as someone that didn't play WoW, I thought the actual plot of the episode that there's some like dork in his mom's basement who's bald and all he does is play World of Warcraft, that he keeps like killing them and they can't play the game or like they can't advance in the game. So then they come up with this idea of like, we're just going to go and level off of like killing like level 1 rabbits for like hundreds of hours and then come back and then kill him when he tries to kill us next time. It's not an interesting concept of an episode. Like when they announced this, I remember what was a big story around WoW at the time was like Chinese gold farmers, like Chinese players that were just like farming gold and then selling it for real money on eBay or whatever. I thought they were going to do something with that. Like Cartman was like running like basically like a slave company or something, like
sure.
Cause like that is more in line with the characters. It's a more interesting story to tell, blah, blah, blah. But then we just get this very vanilla story about like, they're just trying to beat this dork who keeps killing them in the game. I also, again, from my perspective, as someone that really liked South Park as a kid and early teenager, and then really started not liking it around this time period, it just felt like the characters weren't characters anymore. They were just devices to tell a story they wanted to tell. And then the story they were telling here was just like, hey, look at how gross it is. These kids are just eating Hot Pockets and they're having diarrhea in buckets and they're getting fat and pimply because they're playing too much WoW to kill this other fat and pimply guy, right? Like it felt very lazy to me, but I do appreciate that it was like a big deal for like WoW in terms of mainstream acceptance and stuff. That from that perspective, it is interesting.
Yeah, and it's funny too because like the literal premise of the episode doesn't work in the context of the game. Like when you get like 5 levels above something, you don't level up from it anymore.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like you don't get experience from it anymore, literally. So but it literally wouldn't work. So already I was kind of removed from like trying to appreciate it as like an accurate depiction of the game. And even like, there's some pretty generic, like the sword of 1,000 truths. Like some of that stuff is just there for like to be a plot device and to like appeal to lowest common denominator people. Like in some ways it's like it's almost presenting WoW as what people think WoW is, and what people think WoW players are. So in some ways that's a little bit annoying. At the same time, one thing that's kind of funny is like they did like their research and like when there's shots like from inside Blizzard, those are like recognizable Blizzard employees. Like Mike Morhaime is just like that. He's a real dude. Like, and they made him look like that. I don't know if you're familiar with Pirate Software. His name's Thor. He's like a long-haired dude that makes like TikToks and YouTube shorts. He's a game developer. he worked at Blizzard for years, and now he kind of does his own thing, and he's really popular on Twitch and stuff. His dad also worked at Blizzard. His dad was the basis for that character.
Okay.
Like his dad, like he was like the like I think the lead cinematic director at Blizzard for like 27 years. And like he's like, no, like that's him. Like he's not like a dude, like that's his apartment. That's him. You know. Like he's like my dad is the guy, you know. Which is funny.
And that is also kind of my problem though. It's like, yeah, they did do their research, and like they are gamers. Like, you know, they were heavily involved with the Stick of Truth, and like Stick of Truth is a genuinely good video game.
Rules. Yeah. And
like they've done other video game related episodes, like Cartman being so excited for the Wii, he freezes himself for months and then turns into centuries or whatever. I remember them having Peter Moore on, like not, they didn't get him, but they had the character of Peter Moore in the episode and stuff. Like they knew their stuff. So then that just made what was actually happening in the plot of the WoW episode, again, kind of annoying to me. I didn't even play the game, so I don't think it's me being too pedantic. I don't think it's too pedantic of nerd, but again, I get it. It was a mainstream thing, and again, that was a lot of people's introduction to WoW as a concept even. So it's cool what it did, and it's cool how ahead of the times they were with it. What are these last two things on here? This corrupted blood incident and the remarkable life of Evelyn.
Okay, The Remarkable Life of Evelyn. I haven't watched it yet. This is a Netflix documentary that just came out like recently, like within the past month or two, that is about World of Warcraft. Specifically, it's about this guy who was born with like a type of muscular dystrophy, who like essentially escaped into WoW, and he ended up passing away. And the documentary is people like telling the story of his life and his like guildmates and the people that it's people kind of like talking about the difference of like who he was in real life versus who he was in the game, and the way that the game was kind of like an escape for him. And yeah, I really want to watch it. I hear it's amazing. Like people say it's great and emotional, and so I just wanted to shout that out, that it just recently came out. It's on Netflix. The Remarkable Life of Evelyn, all about World of Warcraft and just the impact and the community and everything of that. So I gotta check that out. The corrupted blood incident. So this is amazing. There was I think it was a raid boss or something in the game that had this effect called corrupted blood that would infect the player, and it would do damage over time to the player. And the idea is that it had like a proximity effect, so anybody near you could get it as well. It was like a viral sort of damage over time debuff sort of thing. The problem, and it was just supposed to be like a cool mechanic for that raid or whatever, and you have to like keep a certain distance from people, and it creates tension, right? Because people need to be a certain distance to like heal you and stuff like that. The problem was, due to an oversight in programming, players could have like their pets contract the corrupted blood as well, and their pets in game could carry the disease out of the raid. And so it wound up creating a pandemic in World of Warcraft.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's already amazing.
So NPCs got infected with it, and other players got infected with it. And it wound up becoming such a widespread thing that when COVID happened, they were examining the corrupted blood incident as like a way to determine like people's behaviors during a pandemic. There were like studies done on it of like some people would try to stay away from their friends so they wouldn't infect their friends, and some people would like just go walk into the middle of the city and infect as many people as they could. You know, it was like really fascinating, the parallels, and like I don't know, I had to shout that out.
No, that's super cool. And also I like that, not just for the individual story, but that also kind of is a really good wrapper on like just how big of an impact WoW has had outside of gaming. You know, that was the whole point of this section. And yeah, we talked about viral videos, we talked about entire web series, we talked about South Park, and now we're talking about like scientific studies about like how people behave during a pandemic, all stemming from WoW. You know, that even as someone that has never played it, like it is super impressive and it's super cool, and like, yeah, it is an undeniable huge part of like gaming culture, and to the point where it is just part of culture now, and I think that's really, really special and neat.
Yeah, I needed people to know that was a thing.
Yeah, no, I'm extremely excited. Yeah, both the Corrupted Blood incident and the Remarkable Life of Evelyn, those sound like things I want to, well, in the case of Evelyn, I can just watch that documentary, but Corrupted Blood incident, I want to like research stuff on, that sounds
you can find like a lot of like writing about on like, like the BBC website and stuff. It's really fascinating.
That is sick as hell. With that said, I think we're priming this episode to be the longest episode ever. So let's go. Let's go on a break for Ruins of Gilneas. This is composed by Russell Brower, and Goblin Mayhem 1 by Derek Duke, and we will be right back. That was Ruins of Gilneas and Goblin Mayhem 1 from, this is the Cataclysm, right?
Yeah, this is essentially like the Worgen and Goblin like starting zone themes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny you say that, because my first note for Ruins of Gilneas was, I have no idea what the context for this is, but it sounds like the soundtrack to someone exploring Dracula's castle.
Basically, it's very Victorian, like music box, you know, that kind of thing. Plucky little lute strings. It's very, you know, it's got those little like horror movie stings to it. The Worgen, for those who don't know, are basically werewolves. That's essentially what it is. Yeah. So
that makes sense. That was kind of the only note I had for this song. I don't know if you had any other notes for it.
Not really. It's just like, you know, tonally they just really kind of capture that. I do like the melody of it feels pretty like sporadic, like almost like the song itself is struggling to maintain control. I kind of like that about it. And there are a lot of people who like really ride for this song. I was seeing in like the YouTube comments, a lot of people are like, you know, like this song alone justifies Cataclysm's existence.
Okay.
You know, that sort of thing.
I mean, hey, if you really love the song, that's fine. So I'll say about a song you really love, Goblin Mayhem 1. This is hands down my favorite song that I've heard. Grizzly Hills, nope. Arthas, My Son, nope. It's all about the Goblin Mayhem 1. I really, really love this song a lot. Like, this instantly got added to my personal video game music playlist.
It's good.
I mean, it could just be because it sounds the most like traditional video game music as opposed to score. It just sounds so getting up to something. And again, we talked about that before. I just really love that about video game music. There's just like an air of mischief. It just sounds like there's this constant like hammer sound, like goblins are like tinkering around with metal or something. And like around 123, when there's like a horn solo popping off, I'm just like, yeah, this finally, now I can talk about stuff. Like, I'm all about the Goblin Mayhem.
I notated that too. 123 little jazzy interlude. Yeah, you would like the whole setup of the goblins, like starting zone and stuff, and like playing as them. Like, what essentially happens is the goblins have like this kind of like overlord, this like big disgusting gross dude who like you know, this greedy guy, and you essentially wind up pulling off like a heist to like betray him and like leave the zone. And Goblin Mayhem 1, there are a bunch of goblin themes, and like that area, I think it's called like Kezan or something, that whole goblin zone. It's just like, it's a lot of like tinkering. They end up getting like rocket boots and stuff, and like the goblin mount, like a lot of, you know, races, they all have like racial mounts. Like the Pandaren have like these turtles, and, you know, undead have spectral horses and stuff. The goblins just have like motorcycles, basically. Just like cool. These, you know, just, it's a very neat vibe. Like the entire goblin vibe is very cool. And yeah, this song just perfectly just sums it up. And again, the other Goblin Mayhem themes are good, but Goblin Mayhem 1 is by far my favorite.
Same. I listened to the entire Goblin Mayhem collection despite the fact we didn't mark them to be played. We will definitely be using them in the background, specifically for our next section, the YouTube comment oversharing corner. For those that don't know, this is the section of the show where we read off any funny or memorable or interesting or insane comments that we've stumbled across while grabbing songs for this episode. Since we were just talking about Goblin Mayhem 1, I will read off this one from YouTube user RoseOak6733, again commenting on Goblin Mayhem 4 years ago. This theme has everything: the adventure, the jazz, the tin can percussion, the classic coastal vibe, the jazz. I love this theme.
The jazz twice is really good.
I also, based on the structure of the sentence, I'm guessing that wasn't a bit. That was just him forgetting he'd already written the jazz. But
I think so too. Yeah.
Either way, having the jazz listed twice made me laugh pretty hard.
It's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, they're right. Yeah, it has all of that stuff and the jazz. It's worth notating the jazz twice. Yeah, it's really good. Let's see. I'll do this one. I found this comment from YouTube user Mephisto A0. and they commented on Arthas, my son, 8 years ago. So rarely I give thump up. This song can change my heart's rhythm. RYTM.
Do you think he was going for like a Jamaican accent, like with the rhythm, like?
Kind of like, okay, this is a tangent, dude. I swear I'm gonna try to not be on this for too long.
Whatever's do it.
I was talking. My wife and I were shopping recently, and we were getting cereal, and I was talking about Apple Jacks, right? Have you seen? Have you seen the way they have totally gentrified the Apple Jacks characters?
No, I don't even know if I knew about Applejack's characters at all. I always thought they were just. I don't remember. The thing is, so living in Germany, the cereal selection, like they largely have their own cereals over here, and it's not nearly as wide of a selection over here. So I haven't even seen Applejack's period in like 4 years.
So when I was a kid, Apple Jacks, there was like an apple and like a cinnamon stick character.
I kind of remember that, yeah.
And so like the cinnamon stick was like Jamaican, and the catchphrase was, the apple would be like, the taste of cinnamon, and then the cinnamon stick would say, is the winnaman. That was like the whole
I don't remember this at all. I have Google image searched these, and I kind of remember these characters, but I don't remember that catchphrase, no.
Yeah, so that was the whole thing. Like anytime but now the Applejacks characters are just the most boring, generic, nothing characters. Like, I don't know when this happened, but at a certain point, the Applejacks cinnamon stick is no longer Jamaican. He's just like a dude. Anyway, that's a tangent, but I was very upset in the middle of Sam's Club the other day. I was like, what? Look at how they massacred my boy.
I assume it's just like they were worried it would be considered racist, right? I mean, yeah. I do see that, yeah, he's wearing, in this old one, it looks like he's wearing like a beanie. Like, if he's talking with a Jamaican accent, like, yeah, why? I guess the main question would be, why are you talking with a Jamaican accent if you're a cinnamon stick? Does cinnamon sticks, those get exported out of Jamaica? I feel like not, but I have no idea. Maybe they are.
Maybe they are. I think it was just to facilitate the catchphrase, the taste of cinnamon is the winnaman. I think it was just all to facilitate that catchphrase, but they were like these gross, like, claymation looking like dudes as well, and now they just look like, it looks like clip art. Like, it looks like clip art characters now. So yeah, anyway.
I mean, didn't like the Cookie Crisp mascot, that was, when I was growing up, it was a burglar. Before my time, it was a wizard, and then it became the dog. And now the dog was also a burglar, but now the dog is just a dog, right? Or did they get rid of the dog now too?
I don't know, but that wouldn't surprise. I'm not normally like one of these types of like what happened to this country? Now we can't have Jamaican cinnamon sticks. I'm not one of these dudes that gets upset about like why isn't the green M&M sexy anymore?
I forgot about that one.
I don't care about that sort of thing, and I don't even really care about this one. It's cereal. Who cares? I haven't eaten Apple Jacks in like 20 years.
But it is still something that you notice. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, but I was like, what is this? Like, this sucks, man. And yeah, you're right. Like I remember he used to be in one of those those like pinched, those like striped, like prison outfits, I think, or like burglar outfits. I don't know, man. It's weird. Anyway, I didn't mean to get off on a cereal mascot tangent.
It's fine. We've gone off on dumber tangents before. I have this one from YouTube user Shared Isolation commenting on Lion's Pride 9 years ago. When I called Blizzard tech support, I was put on hold for 3 hours while this song looped 90% of the time, and it sounded like it came out of a can. Anyone else? LOL. Yeah, that's very good. I never called Blizzard tech support. I did call Nintendo support, and yeah, they were often playing like Ocarina of Time music and stuff like that, so that is a cute thing. as someone that used to work in a call center, I love the concept of hold music. I would love to put together like a playlist of like hold music. I think that would be really good.
I can't believe this didn't come up during our Donkey Kong Country conversation, but the hold music, I don't know if it still is. When I worked at GameStop, like whenever we had to call like home office or whatever, that hold music was aquatic ambience.
Oh, yeah. I'm shocked you didn't bring that up, yeah.
So you would just hear aquatic ambience on loop over and over again. So that was kind of mind-numbing after a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, this person's right. I did have one time. I got hacked one time. And this person like hacked my character, got rid of sold off all my gear and everything. Like they got rid of everything, and I had to call Blizzard tech support. And I was on the phone with them for hours, and I had to prove my identity. I had to send them a picture of my ID and the card that I used.
Jesus, that's nuts.
It's crazy, but once they verified my identity, they actually not only did they go in and give me my account back, they actually all the gear that person had taken off of me and sold, they gave me that back too. They restored my character back to exactly how it was. It was really weird and cool, and I was surprised they were able to do that. But yeah, he's right. That was the hold music, was Lion's Pride.
I mean, that makes sense, but also, yeah, I would go crazy listening to that over and over.
Yep, pretty good. Okay, I'll read this one from YouTube user Velcro Kitty, who commented on Stormwind 8 years ago. This theme should be a feckin' national anthem. Imagine hearing this before a rugby or football match. You'd win every game hands down. Oh,
yeah,
feckin'.
Yeah, I loved feckin'. Also, as if we didn't know they were British already, or Scottish or something. They also add in rugby or football.
Yeah,
we get it, Velcro Kitty. You're from Europe. It's fine.
Yeah, there's definitely there's feckin', there was frackin' as for a little while there. Yeah, just ways to avoid saying the actual F word. That took me back. Feckin'. Yeah. I haven't heard that in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't not heard that in a long time. I'm assuming that's a Scottish thing, but I'm not sure.
Maybe.
For our last comment, we've got YouTube user Stevo1992, which is very good already. Commented on Elwynn Forest 15 days ago. And that's not a mistake. I checked when I found this comment, it was 13 days ago. So Stevo1992 is really thinking about Elwynn Forest just as much as we are 2 weeks ago. They say, "This is the piece of music I've heard more than any other music or song. So many hours spent in this forest. I played this game on and off for 20 years. Started off playing the 10-day free trials. Must have made over 15 different email addresses just to create new accounts when I was about 12 years old. Finally got the game and started playing for real and vanilla through till the end of Kata. Then when Mists of Pandaria came out, I started playing private servers of the older versions of the game and must have leveled over 100 characters to level 20 at least. Just playing all the different servers, trying to find the best one, or when you would die, you would have to switch to a more popular, or when one would die, you'd have to switch to a more popular one. Also to this day, still creating new characters on retail, classic, or private servers, and somehow I'm still not sick of this song." So I added this in here. For one, we had to have one sincere one. We had to have one that wasn't just whatever. Though also, yeah, I felt like this covered a lot of what we talked about with people playing through the end of Cataclysm and then just kind of bouncing at Mists of Pandaria, trying desperately to reclaim their lost feelings for the old version of the game at that point. Again, he kind of talked about what you talked about when you streamed the other day, and you've just spent so much time in this area, this whole zone and blah blah blah. I don't know, I just found this really interesting. If I'm honest, I also find it a little sad that people are so desperate to stay within this world that he has just created hundreds of different characters just to hang out in the game more, I hope that Stevo1992 is in a good spot and happy and whatnot. I assume he is if he's going out of his way to comment on the YouTube comments for Elwynn for us, but it made me like a little sad reading this, but also a little nostalgic and happy, I guess, in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, we talk all the time about like the inherent like danger of like overdosing on nostalgia, you know, and how kind of like sad and like how rooted in the past and yeah, painful that can be. And like, you know, I'm a nostalgic person just like anybody else. And it was funny, like when we were playing WoW Classic the other day in Discord, like I slipped right back into it. Like it was like, oh yeah, like I know this like the back of my hand. It feels so familiar to me. And, you know, it was funny how natural it all felt like immediately, but like I can't, like I just have to dip my toe in and get out. Like I can't go for a full swim, you know. It's too much, like it's too painful, and it's too, you know, at a certain point you have to be like, you know what, like this exists in my past, and like I can choose to be sad about that, but I can choose not to be sad about it too, you know. I can just appreciate it for what it is and what it meant to me and how it made me the person I am, you know. I think that's a really important distinction as you grow up and grow and change. You can't just keep living in the past and doing the same thing over and over and over again. So yeah, I hope this person has, you know, like found a balance for themselves, because, you know, it's nostalgic to me too, but I'm not making 100 characters in WoW Classic.
I also really like talking about like making a ton of different free email addresses so you could keep just playing like the free trial of the game. Like I remember doing that with like other games back then too. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
That has been the YouTube comment oversharing corner. We do have one more voicemail this week. Do we want to play this one from Fulia?
Let's go ahead. Yeah, Fulia had the chance to call in for this episode, which I love. She was just recently in America. I met Fulia in person at Extra Life, so that was really cool. Fulia flew to New York from Australia, so it was really cool to get to meet her. And yeah, so she was in California at the time. She since, I think, has flown home by the time this episode comes out. But yeah, she got to call in, and it was cool to hear from her. So let's hear from Fulia.
Hello, Bit Harmony team. This is Fulia calling in from San Francisco, California. I'm just here outside the Walt Disney Family Museum and thought I would take this opportunity to call in and say you guys are doing an amazing job with this podcast. I'm really enjoying it, learning a lot of new things about the gaming, video, music, the video games music that you two have been graciously giving us a full insight into, and I'm really appreciating it all. So thank you so much for all of your hard work and effort into this. I just kind of wanted to put in a little input, also being a first-time caller as well, that one of my favorite games of the year so far has been the Harmony, The Fall of Reverie, and I thought, why not request a song from the OST of that game, and the one that I would like to put in for is Bliss in Paradise by Lena Raine, and this particular track is actually really cool. It actually is a character background music that I really like. And it's one of the characters that you will come across in the game as well. And it's really sort of very uplifting too. And the character's name is Bliss, so it kind of makes sense. So yeah, hopefully you enjoy Bliss in Paradise by Lena Raine from the Harmony, The Fall of Reverie soundtrack. And I would love to know whether or not either of you have actually played the game. It is I believe that more of a interactive story game, and I really enjoyed it. There's a lot of choices that you have to make in it as well. So, yeah, just wondering what your thoughts are, and keep up the good work. Thanks, team.
Thanks, Fulia.
Yeah, I really appreciate you calling in. I only just now realized both the voicemails this episode were from first-time callers. I should have shouted that out.
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the kind words. Thanks for calling in. I mean, for one, I appreciate you taking time out of your vacation in California to call into Bit Harmony.
Disney World can wait. I need to call Bit Harmony.
You need to call the boys over here. When it comes to Harmony, The Fall of Reverie, were you aware of this game?
Yeah, I own it. I
Okay.
got it. I got it on sale. The game goes on sale like all the time, and I had it wishlisted, and I think I picked it up for like $8 or something like that. I haven't played it yet. I need to. But yeah, it's been on my radar, and I've heard Fulia talk about this game like all year. I know she loves this game, so I've got to make time for it.
Yeah, I honestly had never heard of this. I didn't realize that Don't Nod made it until I looked up a trailer. I was like, wait, what? Like, you know, we talk about like video game market saturation and stuff, but like it feels like we're really saturated right now when I'm not even aware of like when a new Don't Nod game is coming out and it has like a really cool art style and stuff. Yeah, what I watched of the trailer for this, it looked really good. I also listened to at least like 10 or 12 songs off of the OST, found it quite good. Like Fulia said, Lena Raine is just one of my favorite modern video game composers. I just got done playing Beastie Ball like a few days ago. The new Greg Lobanov game that she did the soundtrack for might be my favorite Lena Raine soundtrack. Honestly, it's really, really good.
I can't wait to play it.
Yeah, I think you're going to love it. We'll probably end up be talking about Beastie Ball like in a couple episodes, I would imagine.
Sure.
When it comes to Fulia's request, that was Bliss in Paradise. Because I like to pair songs together, I also picked one of my own picks from Harmony, The Fall of Reverie. That's Laszlo's Bar. I picked that one specifically because it's way more acoustic compared to the more kind of traditional, like chiptune-esque, synthesizer-esque Lena Raine stuff in Bliss in Paradise. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever heard like a more acoustic-driven song from her, so that's why I picked Laszlo's Bar. So yeah, we're going to play you Bliss in Paradise and Laszlo's Bar from Harmony, The Fall of Reverie, both by Lena Raine, and we will be back for the end of show stuff. And that was Bliss in Paradise and Laszlo's Bar, both from Harmony, The Fall of Reverie by Lena Raine. You can tell near the end of the episode, I start getting, my voice is starting to crack more. My brain isn't working as well anymore. So yeah, right off the jump, Bliss in Paradise. That's like one of the most Lena Raine songs I've ever heard.
For sure.
It starts off sounding very, very Celeste-y, and then by like 20 seconds in, and then even more so 40 seconds in, it's even more Celeste-y as it goes. It is very cool. You know, there's so many fantastic video game composers out there. Lena Raine is one, like, I instantly recognize her style, like, right off the bat. But, like, despite that, she still makes stuff that sounds so different. I think that's very, very impressive.
Yeah, my first note on this is, like, this feels very much in line with Lena Raine to me. I can pick her music out of a crowd. Like, totally. Like, she just, like, for me, the big, like, tell for Lena Raine is, she has this way of, like, slowly building a core melody in the first 30, 45 seconds, a minute or whatever. And then, like, she just said, okay, like, here's just a burst of the rest of it. Like, here's the rest of the song in one burst with the percussion and, like, filling out the entire thing. Boom, here it is. That's, like, her thing. You see it time and again. It was in Chicory, you know, like, she does this. It's in Celeste. Like, this is a very, like, Lena Raine song. And I don't mean that to sound derogatory at all. Like, it's great. Like,
I really like this song a lot.
It's her style, right? But like, she also, whenever she does a soundtrack, she has, like, those kind of things of, like, okay, like, here's a Lena Raine song, but then she always has, like, some kind of send up or some kind of, like, influence thing from something else. Chicory has a song that's just a straight up, like, Ace Attorney send up. And like, for me, Laszlo's Bar is, like, my first note is Lena Raine by way of Akira Yamaoka.
Yep. I had the exact same thing. It's just got a real Silent Hill vibe to it.
Totally, right? Like, and so I think that's cool. Like, I think it's cool that she has her own identity, but she's not afraid to be like, here's my thing that is very clearly inspired by my own heroes, you know?
Yeah, I'm very excited for you to hear more of, like, the Beastie Ball soundtrack, because it is obviously inspired, and particularly a lot of the battle themes seem very inspired by, like, Pokemon Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet. There's a lot of use of, like, vocal samples and stuff, but at the same time, it also reminds me a lot of, like, Paper Mario, the Origami King, which we've talked about it extensively on the show before. Like, Origami King might be, like, my favorite Nintendo soundtrack of all time. It is fantastic, and it was bringing that to mind for me. I know Lena Raine is a big fan of Origami King. I know she was in that, like, that big, like, fan made Origami King, like, video, like that orchestra that people put together online in, like, 2020 for it. Just one of my favorite composers. It's actually kind of crazy. I don't think we've talked about Lena Raine at all on the show, and we've been going, I think this is the 17th episode. So that's pretty nuts. It took this long to like mention her at all.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for giving us the opportunity. I mean, we've talked about, you know, doing, like, composer theme. She's another, like, there could be a Lena Raine episode. Like, absolutely, we could do that, you know?
Yeah. But at the same time, then I'm like, but we could also just do a Celeste episode, then a Chicory episode, and then a Beastie Ball episode.
Beastie Ball episode, totally. Yeah.
We are going to talk about it a little after the Patreon stuff, but, like, instead of just giving you the next episode, we're going to give you, like, the next few episodes for a couple of reasons. And one of those is going to be, like, game soundtracks of the year, part 2, kind of. And Beastie Ball will definitely be coming up there. So, like, people will hear some Beastie Ball stuff on the sound around this podcast if you haven't already. With that said, are we ready to go off into the Patreon stuff and then the rest of our show?
Okay, let's do it. Let's see if my voice can hold out. Yeah, so thanks again, Fulia, for sending in voicemails. Thanks to Solo also for sending in voicemails. Thank you to Jason for that interview clip as well. Appreciate it. Y'all can send in voicemails by calling 216-230-8540. That number again is 230-8540. You can call in your voicemails. Keep them under 3 minutes or it's going to cut you off apparently, but you can do that. We love voicemails. Or you can send them in to bitharmonypod@gmail.com. If you want to like record it on your phone or computer or something and send it in separately, you can do that too. That's bitharmonypod@gmail.com. And that stuff's also in the show notes. So if you missed it, you can hit the show notes and do that too. There's also links in the show notes to the Discord. We have a friendly, free, and welcoming Discord community. That's where we put the call out to remind people to send in stuff if they want to, and sound off on show topics and all that stuff. So join the Discord. And of course, we have a Patreon. There's a link to that in the show notes as well. You can join the Patreon for just $1 a month. You can get early access to the show, other exclusive podcasts, and early access to the KoopaCast and all kinds of stuff. And you also get shout outs on the show at the end of the episodes, like we're going to do right now. So Bit Harmony is made possible by viewers like you. Thank you. Thank you to our Triforce tier supporters, Adam Caparello, Bowza, Dan and Luma, Daniel Hinojosa, Foolish Fuji, who we just heard from, John Cummins, Josh Vaughn, Ligerwoods 330, Sparky, the Don Rob, and Uncle Randy. And thank you to our Golden Banana tier supporters like Big Dogs Only, Bill Tucker, Bob Loblaw, SAZ, Gamer Jason, who did the interview for us, Liam D, Marcus O'Neill, Phelan Ward, Presto the Magnificent, Rob Yapel, Shy Guy, Sean Ashton, Solo, who we heard from, and Tim A. Thank you all so much for your support on Patreon. You can get a 7-day free trial as well to the Golden Banana tier over there on Patreon. Links to that are again in the show notes, and you can check out all that stuff for free for 7 days if you want. So thank you to our patrons.
And despite the fact that only patrons like called in this episode, you can just be a random person off the street. If we don't know who you are, you can still call in. It's fine. It just happened to be that patrons were calling in this episode, just to make it clear that you don't have to pay to get on the show. I would appreciate it if you paid, but that's fine. Our next episode is scheduled to go up on December 1st, and the forecast is calling for a cool wintry mix. What I mean by that is we're just, for one, it's very hard to put together these game-specific or series-specific episodes, and that's all we've been doing for months. We haven't done like not one of those in a long time, so I just wanted to do that. And so this is just going to be any like wintry theme or winter sounding or stuff that reminds you of winter video game music. It can be from a game, it can be from remixes, rearrangements, whatever. Anything wintry, like that's the theme. That's it. That's what we're doing for December 1st. Like I said, we're going to detail out through the rest of the year what we're planning. After that, we got December 15th is the long promised, long awaited Kingdom Hearts episode. I specifically wanted that to be out in time for Christmas, so it's just gonna be like the week before Christmas. That's the episode, is the Kingdom Hearts episode. I don't know, it just seemed like a good time to do Kingdom Hearts. Also, I associate Kingdom Hearts with Christmas. It's got some of those vibes. Looking forward to that one. And then our last episode of the year is scheduled for December 29th. As I said earlier, it's going to be like our favorite soundtracks of 2024 part 2. Again, not exactly sure of the structure of it yet. It'll probably be pretty similar to the mid-year check-in thing. Yeah. But also maybe we crown like what we deem our favorite soundtracks of the year. They're also not sure yet. But the reason I wanted to give people heads up this time is because I realize our episodes are long. In particular, this World of Warcraft episode, like I said, might be our longest episode yet by the time the editing is done. So I wanted to give people plenty of time to be able to call in, even if they're not like in the Discord and know what our next topics are. Like if it takes you a couple weeks to get through one episode, you can still call in ahead of time about like Kingdom Hearts or your favorite song or album or a soundtrack of the year so far. So we're not going to be doing this every time. I just want to give people a heads up this time that like, hey, if you want to have your voice heard about Kingdom Hearts or the best soundtracks of the year so far, but it's going to take you a while to get through this episode, now you can. So again, that is Wintry Mix on December 1st, Kingdom Hearts on December 15th, and soundtracks of the year on December 29th. With that said, are we ready to do our haikus?
let's get into it. We have haikus, and then, I mean, this has got to be, it's either this or Monkey Ball. This is going to wind up being the longest episode in the show's history. But hey, if there was ever going to be a long episode, it might as well be for World of Warcraft.
It makes sense that it would be World of Warcraft, yeah. Despite the fact that, again, half of us have not even played the game.
Yeah.
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
Go ahead and you go first. I'm really curious what your haiku is going to be.
Okay.
With all of that being said.
Okay. So for my World of Warcraft haiku, we've got: no game can tell me that which I already know. I am a goblin.
I am a goblin. Goblin mayhem really awoken something in you.
Yeah. I love goblins. That actually is we talked about it a little bit earlier with like Morogh in Final Fantasy VI. I love little goofy dudes in video games and just in general. So yeah, goblin. If I had played WoW back then, I probably would have been like a goblin or some small little dude.
Yeah, a goblin or a gnome or something like that. Yeah. Very good. Okay, well, here's mine. Guild chats and whispers. Midnight coffee-fueled raid fights. Logging out isn't sad.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, logging out isn't sad.
It doesn't have to be. It can be a little bittersweet, maybe, but it doesn't have to be sad.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I wanted to leave people with that. So, because I feel like we talked about it a little bit earlier too. Like, when you're doing something like this, like it's so easy to fall into that trap of just being wistful and sad about the past or whatever. But it doesn't have to be sad, man. We can appreciate what WoW meant to us, and that stuff is always going to be true. But it doesn't have to be a sad thing.
Yeah. Let it kind of inform who you are going forward. Carry your memories of all your friends and WoW and all the experiences you had there, and just let it take you forward as you progress in life. You don't need to be just playing the same game for 20 years, I promise.
Yeah, and here we are, like 4 hours later, and we can all finally say BRB bio.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, taking out this episode then is Legends of Azeroth. Y'all thought I was going to open with this one, right? Nope, you got reversed. It is your outro this episode. So again, that is Legends of Azeroth from Vanilla WoW. Thank you all for sticking with us. Come back next time for the wintry mix. See ya. Bye.